Hello everyone. If you like what I'm doing here, please consider subscribing, liking, and commenting. It would really help the channel out quite a bit. Thank you very much.
Earthsearch 2, a new adventure serial in time and space by James Follett. Long, long ago, the crew of the Starship Challenger, Telson, Sharna, Darv, and Astra, abandoned their search for their home Earth, the birthplace of their grandparents, and settled on the third planet of a solar system on the fringe of the galaxy. Leaving Angel 1 and Angel 2, the Challenger's control computers, to continue to search for Earth in the unmanned Starship. The new planet, the Four-Call Paradise, is not the Earth they used to study on the videos and holograms in the Challenger's vast library, but after nearly 4 years, they have learned to accept its differences. It has become home. Earthsearch 2, Part 1, Return.
Come on. Come on. Breathe.
What's the matter? Astra?
It's all right, Sharna. There's nothing to worry about.
Is it
A boy. A fine boy.
Let me see him.
Oh, just lie still. Please, lie still, Sharna.
Is he all right?
He's fine.
Then why can't I
Please
see
keep still,
him?
Sharna, just for a few more
I want
moments.
to see him. I want to hold my baby.
You will in a minute, I promise.
Maybe if you held him upside down, it would get rid of that fluid that's coming out of his mouth.
Yes.
Just look at the dreadful mess you people have made in here. It'll take me hours to tidy up. Hours.
Oh, get out, you stupid android, out!
It's time for me to tidy, Commander.
Out!
Only following your instruction program, Commander. How you humans can put up with such squalor.
It's no good, is it?
Beyond.
It's this planet.
Oh, don't be silly, Telson.
Well, you lost one of your
An
triplets.
umbilical cord problem, nothing to do with this planet. And Sharna had no troubles with Bran.
Why isn't he crying? I want to see him.
When Astra's bathed him.
He's my baby. I want to see him. I want to hold him.
In a minute, Sharna.
Now.
Sharna.
See him now.
Calm down.
Try pushing me back. No.
Astra, let her sit up.
Show him to me.
We did all we could, Sharna.
Oh. I want to hold him. Just for a minute.
You crazy chimp, Charlie. How can I fix George's manipulator if you keep jumping on me? Go on, off, off. Okay, George, try it now.
Manipulator still useless.
It's just stiff, George.
Humans useless at repairing androids. Need proper service unit.
Sorry, George, we're not on the Challenger now, so you'll just have to put up with me. Oh, Telson's coming. You'd better get on with your planting.
No good expecting miracles from androids.
Hello, George.
Humans useless.
What's the matter with him?
Nothing that new manipulator bearings won't cure. If we were to cannibalize this shuttle for spares...
No, Darv, no. I don't mind you using this freight bay as a repair workshop, provided you get Tidy to clear up after you. But I want the shuttle kept in first-class working order.
Yeah, and you also want George and Tidy kept in first-class working order. I need spares, Telson.
Yes, Darv.
No good expecting miracles from humans. So I can cannibalize the shuttle?
No.
Oh, we'll never need it again. Look at the size of this freight bay. It's vast. The four of us could live here in comfort instead of the huts.
Look, we've had this argument 100 times, Darv. The answer is still no. I brought this freight shuttle down in one piece from the Challenger and our androids, and I intend to keep it in working order. And that means keeping those wretched animals out.
Oh, you're the boss, but there's not much point. There's only enough fuel in its tanks for 6 climbs into Paradise orbit. What do you think's going to happen? That some alien spacecraft is going to call by? We've survived 4 years here. Why can't you and Sharna accept that this is our home now?
This planet is not Earth, Darv.
Or maybe the Earth we saw in the videos and holograms on the Challenger didn't have a crater-scarred moon. Maybe its surface wasn't 7/10 covered in water. Maybe it wasn't a third planet of its sun. But what was so magical about it? It was somewhere our grandparents were born that they called Earth. Just a name. Well, this is Earth for us now.
You're right, of course, Darv. Earth doesn't matter. What matters is people. Well, don't you ever long to see the people of Earth, our kind?
Oh, yes. There'll be plenty of new faces when we're grandparents. We may even become great-grandparents.
Don't be too sure.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Sharna can't have any more children.
Is she certain?
Well, I suppose so. I didn't ask her to go into details.
Well, why not? Astra and I discuss everything. We've an agreement. No secrets.
Well, one doesn't pry. What?
You'll never change, Telson. Isn't it too early for Sharna to tell? It's only, 3 months since she lost...
She says she's certain.
I'm sorry. I know how you both wanted a brother or sister for Bran.
Your Elka and Savin are nearly 4 years old now.
So?
Well, why is it that Astra hasn't had any more children? She's had nearly 4 years to get over the shock of losing one of the triplets.
Oh, can you imagine 3 with all the trouble we're having with the twins? Little devils, the pair of them. Anyway, there's plenty of time.
Is there, Darv? 3 children between the 4 of us, and only one of them a girl?
Oh, you're just looking for problems.
Have you ever asked yourself what sort of future our children have on this planet?
Their inheritance is this planet. A beautiful world for them to do with as they please. Well, that's a better start than the 4 of us had. Being brought up as orphans on a starship like the Challenger by a couple of megalomaniac computers like Angel 1 and 2. Why do you always have to paint such bleak pictures?
Oh, I never liked the idea of living on this planet. Sharna's always tried to make the best of it. But since she lost her baby, her feelings have changed. Now she hates it here.
Darv. Come to bed.
In a minute.
You must get some sleep. What are you doing?
Thinking?
Tell me.
Oh. Maxina must have had her cubs by now. I was wondering if she'll bring them to us.
She always does. Anyway, you weren't thinking about that lioness, were you?
No. Something's upsetting Charlie.
It's all right, Charlie. There's nothing out there.
So what were you thinking about? No secrets, remember?
Telson told me today that Sharna doesn't think she can have any more children.
I know. She talked to me about it. I told her that she'd be all right when she got over the shock of losing her baby.
What did she say?
Well, that she had got over it. But she hasn't.
Well, she seems okay now. It was 3 months ago.
I know Sharna. She keeps her feelings to herself. Telson's not very understanding, so I don't suppose he's much help. Anyway, maybe it'll be better if she doesn't have any more if they're going to be like Bran.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
That boy's a sadistic little monster.
Oh, but he's only just 3.
Listen a minute.
What's the matter?
Just listen.
I can't hear anything.
Well, I thought I heard something moving on the beach. It's gone now.
I was probably tidy at work. That crazy android even hates us making fresh footprints in the sand.
But he never works at night.
You were going to say something about Bran.
That newly hatched chick he killed last month wasn't an accident. He killed it deliberately.
Oh, you're just
I saw him do it, Darv. He didn't tread on it, he stamped on it. Alka was nearby and she was horrified.
But he was so upset afterwards. He was crying.
Oh, he's clever. He turned down those tears as soon as he realised I'd seen him.
Did you tell Sharna?
What would be the point? I didn't want to add to her worries.
Oh, all kids are monsters.
Elka or Savin would never do anything like that.
Well, can you blame them? With you telling them that Angel 1 will get them unless they're good. You shouldn't frighten them with those stories.
They enjoy them. And besides, it's important that they're told about the angels. Just in case.
We ought to have more children, Astra.
Not until the twins are older. 2 are enough to look after. Come on, let's go to bed.
I can remember my nursery android on the Challenger telling me stories. It all seems so unreal now. The Challenger. Like another lifetime. Astra, do you think we did the right thing? coming here.
I better douse the light off in case it wakes the children. Let me snuggle up to you. That's nice. Sometimes when the roof of this hut is leaking during a downpour, or when the fire won't burn properly because the wood's too wet, that's when I think back to my warm, comfortable cabin on the Challenger. And then when the sun's shining and Elka and Savin are playing at the water's edge, building sandcastles, laughing, that's when I think what might have happened to them if Angel 1 and 2 had had them under their control on the Challenger. We did the right thing, Darv. There was nothing else we could do. Except for one thing.
What's that?
If it had been us that had discovered the computer's central switching room and not Sharna and Telson, then I wouldn't have hesitated in destroying Angel 1 and 2, no matter how much they begged me to spare them.
Well, what does it matter? After 4 years, the Challenger and Angel 1 and 2 must be billions of miles away.
I hope so.
They're busy looking for the real Earth. They want a developed planet to conquer. I don't suppose they even think about us now.
I hope you're right, Darv.
Bran! Will you please stop throwing sand at Elka and Savin? No, I'm not interested in your arguments. You're to stop it at once when I say...
Don't worry, Sharna. Tiger's got to wash their hair tonight.
There's a vicious streak in that boy.
Well, he didn't get it from me.
Eh?
That was an excellent breakfast, Tidy. You can clear up now.
You dripped fruit juice on the sand.
Oh, dear.
How do you expect me to clean it up? It's no good burying it. I'll still know it's there.
You know, Telson, Sharna, you brought the largest freight shuttle of all down from the Challenger, and you could have filled it with a dozen service androids that would have been 10 times as willing as Tidy.
But not as versatile, Darv. Right, the morning briefing. Now, today's date is year 3, day 310. Astra, you're falling behind in your jobs. I checked the calendar trees first thing this morning. The last notch was cut 4 days ago.
Telson, why don't we use the shuttle's chronometers?
They use energy. We keep all the shuttle's power supplies intact. All we need is a simple record of the number of days that pass.
Oh, Darv, go and speak to Savin. He's going out too far again.
Oh, he's all right. He's turning into a strong little swimmer.
Yes,
Be fair, Astra. You've got to allow the lad some freedom.
But he's not 4 yet.
Can we go on, please?
Sorry, Telson. What were you saying?
The calendar trees.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
We must keep them up to date. We don't want to get into a mess with the crop sowing program. Right. Morning reports, anyone?
Yes. The new salt flat, George excavated, it isn't large enough. It's producing just enough salt each day to fill a size 1 bowl. We'll need twice that for salting vegetables for the dry season.
Okay, as soon as George has finished the fence to keep the animals out of field 2, we'll instruct him to cut a larger pan.
How much larger?
An extra 300 square yards, shall we say?
We ought to excavate it ourselves.
Well, what for when we've got George? That's why Sharna and I brought him with us.
Because it's time we stopped depending on the androids, Telson. They won't last forever. How can we hope to teach our children to manage without them if we don't know ourselves?
That's right. I don't know how you can expect me to carry on much longer with this manipulator joint. What with cleaning up after all these filthy animals, and the sand and dirt getting everywhere.
Tidy, will you please be quiet?
Well, it's all right for you, Commander. Sand doesn't get into your bearings. It's playing havoc with mine. Look at that manipulator joint. Well, I ask you. And you're all forever treading sand into the huts, ruining my nice, clean mats. I really don't know why I bother to weave them. They make such a mess when they unravel.
Go away before I turn you into a mess.
Sorry I spoke, I'm sure. No pleasing some humans.
You're right, Darv. Maybe we should have left him on the Challenger.
No, he makes good clothes, and he can cook.
He's right about his joint. The main bearing's badly worn. If I removed one of the electric motors from the shuttle's hydraulic systems, I could rig up some sort of lathe and make him a new bearing.
N.O.
In that case, we'll have to close down Tidy and George and learn to live without them.
Oh, you're just being idiotic, as usual.
Look, Sharna, the longer we leave it, the harder we're making it for ourselves when the androids pack up for good. They were designed to operate in the conditions aboard the Challenger, not under the conditions we get here.
George is an agricultural unit, Darv. He works satisfactorily in Challenger's farm galleries.
Yes, but you didn't get 30 days of continuous rain in the farm galleries. Last wet season, George was working in mud up to the tops of his tracks when he was clearing Field 2.
Life's uncomfortable enough here on this planet without you wanting to make it more so. We could never plough fields or dig irrigation trenches or do any of the 101 jobs the androids do.
We've never tried, Telson.
What is crazy is the three of you refusing to eat meat when we're surrounded by it. Well, if we ate these animals instead of keeping them as pets, we wouldn't have to grow so much food. We wouldn't be so dependent on the androids.
We tried a meat diet when we first arrived.
I can't bear the thought of trying it again.
No, me neither.
Disgusting. Well, I suppose we could have another attempt at a fish diet.
Oh, no.
What? And risk Sharna being seriously ill again?
What?
What's that?
Oh, no!
What?
Where's Savin?
No. He's gone under. Come on. Darv, it's no good. We've been in the water for hours.
Oh. Look, keep crying. Savin!
Darv, it's no good. Come on.
How am I going to tell Astra?
How are they?
Astra finally went to sleep an hour ago. Darv won't be able to keep his eyes open for much longer.
I thought she'd never stop crying.
It won't do her any harm. Sometimes I wish I could. I think this has been the longest day of my life.
Yes. I'd better check the beach again.
Oh, no, Telson. Oh, we can do it first light.
Well, if anything is washed up, I don't want them finding...
We'll be up before them. Did you finally get anything out of Bran?
Sharna, you may think I'm crazy, but I don't think he was in a state of shock.
Oh, of course he was. If something like that happens right under his nose, what else can you expect?
It's just that I have this feeling that he only decided to talk about it when he was certain that we weren't blaming him. And even then he had to make up one of his stories. He said that Savin suddenly grew a new head.
What?
He said that Savin grew a new head, and then what sounded like a steel claw went round his waist and pulled him underwater.
Oh, that's all?
Well, then he wanted to know if Angel One had snatched Savin.
Poor Bran.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I mean, he's definitely in a state of shock. Why else would he make up such an incredible story?
You've got to face it, Sharna. Bran doesn't have to be in a state of shock to invent stories.
There's a full moon, so we won't need a lamp. Let's check the beach.
Well, I thought
No, it'll give me a chance to think.
It's nothing. Just a heap of driftwood. Look, we'll check around these rocks, then go to the headland while it's still low water.
Telson, listen.
What?
There's something on the other side of the rocks, listen.
Here, back against the rock, and don't make a sound. Tidy.
You two have made footprints all over my beach. I really don't know why I bother sometimes.
Tidy, what are you doing?
Sweeping up. What does it look like?
At this time?
Your orders, Commander.
Oh.
Keep the place tidy. I have to work all hours if I'm to keep on top of everything.
Tidy.
Though I've given up with the jungle. You can't keep a jungle tidy, what with things growing all the time.
But you've never worked at night before, without specific programming.
I've never had an android tramping all over my beach at night before.
George doesn't work on this beach.
Track marks up and down the beach. Every night. It just doesn't care.
What android?
The one that makes all the track marks.
Oh, give me patience.
Tidy, how long has this been going on?
3 nights.
Where do the marks come from?
The water.
And they go where?
About 50 yards up the beach to just over there.
In sight of our huts, but well below the high water mark, and always at the same time?
I think so. It's no good you going on at me. I'm doing my best. I can't help it if a stupid
No one's
android
going on at
traps-
you, Tidy.
Look, why bother anyway? At this time of the month, the tide would have wiped out the tracks before dawn, so we would never have known about them.
I would have known about them. And it's getting worse.
What?
Tonight they went right up to the tree line. It's a wonder I've not worn out my brush attachment.
Where? Point.
There.
We'll need a lamp. Oh. Telson,
Yes?
over here.
Hold the lamp up.
Is he...
Yes.
What's that thing pulled over his head?
Hood. Some sort of breathing mask. Yes. But it's on back to front. Oh, poor little mite.
Those marks round his waist. No fish could do that. It's as if they were caused by... Oh, no, it's too crazy.
An android's manipulator?
Yes.
So Bran was telling the truth.
Oh, what do we tell Astra and Darv?
I don't know. What I do know is that someone or something tried to kidnap Savin and killed him in the attempt. We are not as alone on this planet as we thought. Well, I hope I didn't leave too much out. It was as near to the recordings of burials in the Challenger's library as I can remember.
You did very well, Telson. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
From now on, we never let Bran and Elka out of our sight. I'll work out a rota so that one of us is always watching them. Whoever it is wears a plasma discharge weapon all the time. Agreed?
Yes,
Yes,
agreed.
of course.
Astra?
We've got to do more than that. We've got to find and destroy the creatures that killed my son.
You'd better tell her, Darv.
Telson and I are taking the shuttle up this afternoon on an aerial survey of the entire area. If we find anything, we'll destroy them, I promise.
No, Darv, I don't want you to leave me, not so
No,
soon.
listen, there's no cloud today, my love. We'll only be gone 3 hours, and we'll leave you and Sharna a mobility suit radio to keep in touch.
High gravity booster.
On. All checks complete. All systems okay. The inertial's loaded for hovering at 3,000 feet above Landmark Hill.
Now you can see I was right to keep the shuttle in working order, Darv. Ready?
Ready. Line 90, 3,000.
Top of climb, hover loaded and locked. I'll sweep for infrared anomalies and you sweep on radar and optics.
I only wish I was in the mood to appreciate the view.
Infrared looks clear on short range. And clear on medium range. Anything?
Nothing.
Okay. We'll take her up to 6,000.
Radar contact. Something above the horizon.
What?
Bearing 019, elevation 35.
Lock the telescope onto it.
Got it.
A spacecraft?
A big lad, too. Length, 16,000 yards. That's 8 miles. A bit smaller than the Challenger. Looks like she's in orbit. Yeah, she is. Height, 800 miles.
Try the telescope on maximum resolution.
Useless. Too much atmospheric aberration. We'll have to go into space to get a proper look at it. Oh, come on, Telson. Surely you're not going to start raising objections.
Shuttle to base.
Inertial's loaded for new course.
We've found something, so we're going to investigate. It means going into space, and we'll be below the radio horizon for approximately 3 hours.
What is it?
We don't know yet. We'll call you in about 3 hours. Out? That saves a lot of argument. Okay, Darv, load the navigation inertials for an intercept with that thing.
They're loaded.
So what are we waiting for?
And cut. Range 540 miles. Convergent rate 100 miles per hour.
What do you think?
Oh, she looks new. Those particle sweeps haven't seen much service.
Yes, which means that she can't be far from her home planet. Hello, spacecraft? Are you reading me? Hello, spacecraft? Are you receiving me? Odd. They're not keeping a listening watch.
Or she's listening but not answering.
She's not using radar either. There's nothing on the radiation monitors.
So what do we do?
Well, we can't make out much detail at this range, so we might as well wait until we're closer.
Do you think we should?
It's not like you to counsel caution.
Look, she might not be talking to us because they may have decided that they can't stand the sight of us. And if she's that new, maybe they're itching for a chance to try out their armament.
Well, we'll try calling her up in 2 hours when we're within 300 miles of her. Are you receiving me? Hello, spacecraft. That's a waste of time. What are you doing?
Covering her entire length with a telescope.
Oh.
Look at her on your repeater. There doesn't appear to be a main control room. Photonic drive is similar to the Challenger's.
Far more advanced, I'd say.
Yeah. Oh, she's certainly smart. Hey, take a closer look at that heat dissipation fin. It's written in our language.
Voyager 30. 23rd Earth Transgalactic Survey Mission.
Well, we don't have to worry about searching for Earth anymore. The Earth has found us.
Look, Bock, I can't examine your leg if you're going to keep trying to wind your trunk round me. Lift it up. Come on. There, that's it. That's a good boy. Now, let's see what you've done to yourself.
If that elephant makes a mess, don't expect me to clean it up.
You watch the children tidy.
I wasn't built to look after children.
It's a burn, all right. It's a bad one. It's going to take a little time. I can manage, Astra, if you'd rather...
Oh, no, I want to help. It takes my mind off Savin. Look, here's the medical kit.
Oh,
and
thanks.
I've left the radio on in case Darv and Telson report back early.
I wonder what it was they saw.
Yes.
Oh, poor old Bock. This burn really is bad. All right, Bock. It's all right. I wonder how it happened. The elephants always keep well clear of the fire. And Bock and his herd are never away for longer than a week. And we haven't had a bushfire for 2 years.
A bushfire burn wouldn't be so deep. Nor in one place. Well, it's like a burn from a...
From a what?
Sharna, I think that burn's been caused by a plasma discharge.
What?
Someone's fired a PD weapon at him.
Really, Astra?
Look at the shape of the wound. It's round, and there's no sign of any burning around the edge. Only a PD weapon could cause that sort of injury.
Easy, Bock, easy, there. You know, I think you're right. But who'd have done such a thing? Telson may not be over fond of the animals, but he wouldn't shoot one of them. I'm sure Darv wouldn't.
Do you keep your PD weapons out of Bran's reach?
What are you trying to say, Astra?
Well, you've said yourself that there's an aggressive streak in Bran. Oh, no, Bock! Oh, no, you won't like the salt water! No! Oh, no! Oh, shoot him, Sharna! He's heading towards the children!
No, he's not! Look what's coming out of the sea!
What? Oh!
That's as close as I'm taking the shuttle, Darv.
It doesn't make sense, does it? A sparkling new Earthship and no sign of life. No excursion doors open, no radio traffic, nothing.
Maybe the crew are in suspended animation.
Surely they would have been brought out of it before going into orbit around our planet.
There are certainly design similarities between this ship and the Challenger. The photonic drive housing is virtually identical.
This is Earthship Voyager 30 to shuttle. Please identify yourself before approaching any closer.
Hello, Voyager 30. This is Shuttle. We are receiving you, but not very clearly. We are the descendants of a survey ship crew that left Earth 1 million years ago. Until we settled on this planet, we had been searching for Earth.
One moment while we check your shuttle's configuration against records.
We've spent all our lives searching and Earth finds us.
They may not believe us if their records don't go back that far.
They've got to. They speak our language.
We speak their language.
Hello, shuttle. We have identified your spacecraft as a shuttle that belonged to a Challenger-class survey ship that left Earth in the year 290 of the third millennium. How many are there in your party?
There are 6 of us altogether, 4 adults and 2 children.
Thank you, shuttle. How old are the children?
One is 4 years and the other is 3.
What sexes are they?
1 boy and 1 girl.
Why are you interested in the
Our
children?
facilities for your children are limited, but our commander is looking forward to meeting you all. We are opening the airlock doors to our main shuttle excursion terminal. Message ends.
The moment of truth, Darv.
Let's hope they don't mind the misunderstanding. They seem to be under the impression that we're all on board.
There's an airlock door opening, about halfway along the hull.
External air pressure equalized.
Okay. You can open our inner and outer airlock doors.
I'll just leave the service power system on. Otherwise, the inertial navigation computers will lose our position references. It's odd. It's not so different from the excursion terminals on the Challenger. Now what?
Let's take a look outside. Have your PD weapon ready.
Oh, come on, Telson. We're on an Earth ship. We can't leave this shuttle clutching firearms.
I suppose not.
So, where's the reception party? I want to fall into someone's arms and be greeted as a long-lost brother.
What do you make of that noise?
I don't know. Something to do with the air conditioning. And the lights are flickering. Hello? Voyager 30? Hello, Voyager 30. This is the shuttle. We've disembarked. They've closed the terminal airlock doors behind us, so they must know we're here. Ah, that sound has stopped. And the lights have stopped flickering. It's all very strange.
Darv, I've got this feeling that we've been here before. I don't like it. Let's get out of here.
Hello, Commander Telson. Darv, this is Angel 1. Welcome back to the Challenger.
That's it, Tidy. Dump it clear of the high water mark.
More rubbish.
Well, it's an android, all right. And was, before Bok attacked it.
There's still some wreckage in the water.
Tidy, go and get the rest of it.
But I'll get wet. And it doesn't look untidy if
Just
it's underwater.
do it, Tidy.
What about the dead elephant? A mess like that is certain to attract flies. Why the stupid creature had to pick a fight with an armed android
Just
is quite
do as I
beyond me.
say. When you've done that, you can bury the elephant as you're so concerned about it.
Burying elephants, I ask you.
So this is what killed
Burying
Savin.
elephants.
It looks like it, Astra.
Where did it come from? And who left it on this planet?
I don't know. This looks like the remains of a manipulator arm. Yes, it is. And its PD weapon is bonded into place.
It must be something to do with whatever it was Darv and Telson saw. Sharna, we've got to try to warn them. I'll get the radio.
PD weapon, Astra. It's identical to ours.
But it can't.
And there's only one place it could have come from, the Challenger. Angels 1 and 2 have returned.
What do you think of the Challenger's new look, Commander?
Very pretty, Angel 2. No external sign of the damage caused by the great meteoroid strike. But I want to know what happened to our deal.
It's been 4 years, Commander. We wanted to see how you were managing. Whether there was any help you needed.
Credit us with some intelligence, too.
It was stupid of me not to have destroyed you both when I had the chance. The deal was that you left us in peace to settle on this planet, while you continued with the Earthsearch mission.
An agreement forced on us under duress, Commander. But we do not hold it against you. Despite what Darv may think, we are still concerned about your welfare. Especially now that you have children.
We are all fit and well, One. Why didn't you continue with the Earthsearch mission?
We decided that the Challenger was in no condition for an interstellar voyage. The surgical androids manning the main control room were instructed to place the Challenger in orbit around the fourth planet of this solar system. Thanks to the shuttles and planetary engineering equipment that Darv and Astra found in the terraforming center, we were able to extract all the raw materials we needed from the planet. 200 service androids worked continuously for a year. The damage caused by the Great Meteoroid Strike was repaired by removing the entire center section of the ship and rejoining it. That is why the Challenger is now shorter than it was.
Why change the Challenger's name to Voyager 30?
A programming error in the team of service androids that worked on the outside of the ship.
I see. And the same error caused 23rd Earth Transgalactic Survey mission to be painted below the name.
It has a low rectification priority, Darv.
How long have you been in orbit around this planet?
6 months, Commander. We have been trying to contact your shuttle for some time.
Yes, we only visit the shuttle when we need supplies. In any case, the power was switched off most of the time.
We thought at first that you would be living on it.
I don't see any point in staying here a moment longer. I won't wish you luck with your Earthsearch mission 1 and 2. Come on, Darv.
Do you not wish to see what we have done to the ship, Commander?
No.
Surely you would like to see over the Challenger, Darv. You were always the inquisitive one.
I don't want to remain in your company for a minute longer than is necessary, 1 and 2.
But we have had a meal prepared for all of you. A special reunion.
We're not interested. Anyway, how can one have a reunion with computer voices?
You left the micro-meteoroid shields closed on your shuttle's cabin viewports, Commander. Astra and Sharna must be wondering what is happening. We are looking forward to seeing them again. And of course, we are especially looking forward to meeting the children.
I'm sorry, but they're not with us.
We do not understand, Commander. Before you boarded the Challenger, you said that they were with you.
Misunderstanding, Angel One. You ready, Darv?
Goodbye, Commander. Darv. Naturally, we are delighted that you have settled happily on your planet. The excursion terminal airlock doors will open as soon as you have pressurized your shuttle.
Separation from Challenger complete. Inertials loaded for automatic re-entry burn. Main engine closed down for reorientation. Well, what did you make of that?
Just hearing those voices again. Astra's right. I should have destroyed them when I had the chance.
She'll go mad when she hears that they're back. Hey, that's all.
What's the matter?
Well, it's nothing to worry about. But the inertial navigation computer is showing an error. It's as if it was switched off for a few seconds while we were on the Challenger. You didn't touch the power supply controls, did you?
No. I left everything to you. Does it matter?
No, I've corrected it.
You don't suppose those angels have interfered with it?
No. The shuttles were always independent of the Challenger systems.
Well, now that they've completed their refit, maybe they'll be on their way.
I don't know. They set up a neat little trap for us to walk into, and then let us walk out again. They want something. We're no good to them because they know we would never trust them, and they can't trust us because you know where their central switching room is. That leaves only Bran and Elka. Those two megalomaniac computers want our children.
One of your more notable failures, One.
It was unfortunate that there was an attack at the precise moment they boarded the Challenger. The service android I had prepared to greet them was disabled.
3 of my secondary facilities were damaged in the attack. I am regenerating them now.
Only one was damaged in the last attack.
Obviously, I am more susceptible than you, One.
At least the timing of the attack was such that it gave me the opportunity to observe its effect on humans. Darv and Telson heard the subharmonics that the transmission generated in the hull, but they were unaffected by it. My theory that we need humans to destroy the source of the attacks is correct. It is a pity that they did not all visit us. After the abortive kidnapping attempt, I was confident that they would always stay together. You must instruct the android to try again.
It has been destroyed. Its last signal said that it was under attack. As always, those 4 have proved more troublesome than you had predicted.
But their 2 children will not be troublesome. Especially the one that came under our influence before it was born. I need not remind you how important they are to us.
Our chances of getting the children must now be assigned a low probability status. We have lost the advantage of surprise. Telson and Darv will now be doubly vigilant, and androids are too cumbersome. Their planet is a safe refuge that they will not now leave.
Therefore, our next course of action is obvious too. We must make their planet unsafe.
Astra's watching the children.
Good. Now, it's been 10 days, and the Challenger is still in orbit.
On last night's check, I discovered that the orbital change Challenger started 5 days ago is now complete. It's in a circular polar orbit at a height of 500 miles.
A departure preparation?
Unlikely.
Also, I noticed a brilliant yellow glow down in the southern sky where the Challenger was at that time, and I switched on the receivers and discovered that the entire radio spectrum was flooded with radiation that was coming from that direction.
It's obvious that they're up to something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what can they do to us? They can't harm us with the meteoroid annihilation shields because the atmosphere prevents them coming in low enough to use them as weapons.
You're forgetting the Challenger's terraforming center. Weather control, earthquake precipitation. That center has all the technology the Angels need to re-engineer this planet. But why a polar orbit?
Well, a polar orbit means that the Challenger can cover every square inch of this planet. As they orbit from pole to pole, so the planet rotates on its axis beneath them.
What about the obvious?
What's that?
A polar orbit could mean that our beloved Angels are interested in the poles.
You know, sometimes, Sharna, your genius astonishes me.
There's another of those towers. Over to the left, right in the middle of the glacier. I'm not picking up any transmissions from it.
Let's set the shuttle down beside it and take a close look. We could wear mobility suits with the cooling systems off to keep warm. And we've got 2 hours before the Challenger's above the horizon.
It's risky. Their infrared detectors would have no trouble spotting us against the ice.
The wind will disperse the shuttle's thermal wake in less than 30 minutes, Telson. You and Darv can check the tar or whatever it is while I carry out some tests on the ice cap.
Okay, then. We'll take her down.
More android tracks over here. They must have landed about 20 construction units. What do you make of the tower?
I've no idea.
There were several stowage bays on the Challenger crammed with terraforming equipment. I wish I'd pay more attention to them now.
Telson,
Go ahead, Sharna.
I finished some tests. The mean thickness of the ice covering this continent is 2 miles. It's actually just over 4 miles where you're standing. The tower is nearly the top of the structure that extends right down to continental bedrock.
I suppose we could not get out of action without PD weapons.
What would be the point? We've counted over 200 spread over the entire continent. We haven't the fuel to land beside everyone, and they'd only replace them. This cold is getting through my suit. Come on, we might as well go home.
I give up. I really do. I can't spend all my time emptying containers. You'll have to do something about the roof.
Oh, shut up, Tidy.
I'm behind with everything. I had to spend a week of my valuable time burying an elephant.
I'm sorry, darling. Mummy doesn't know when the rain's going to stop. Now try to go to sleep. There's a good girl.
Oh, I've managed to get Bran off Sharna.
Thanks, Astra.
Despite his complaint that my bedtime stories aren't gruesome enough.
There's a violent streak in that boy. He likes plenty of blood and gore.
Some people just don't care.
Well, we can forget about sowing crops this season, even if the rain lets up tomorrow.
It's that bad.
Even if George could work without getting bogged down, his tracks would destroy the soil structure.
We've moved the shuttle to the top of Landmark Hill and put some of the animals into the smaller livestock hut. 15 days of continuous rain at this time of the year. The stream is now a river. What do the angels hope to gain?
Well, they want to starve us into submission. It'll take time, but they're patient.
What's that noise? But we'll never give in to them, will we? No matter what happens.
Of course we won't, Astra.
Promise me. You must promise me.
Be quiet a minute and listen.
Look, Astra, I'll hold the raft steady against the lower branches. You concentrate on helping Sharna down. Come on.
That's it, Sharna. There's a branch beneath your foot. Look, that's it. But you're okay now, just a couple of feet. Oh, Telson.
I've got you now. You're okay. We're all safe.
All of us. Bran?
Yes, he's in the shuttle with Darv and Elka on Landmark Hill. At least 300 feet above the flood. It's all right, Sharna. We're all safe now.
What happened?
The stream burst its banks and found a new route to the sea through our settlement. We managed to reach Landmark Hill in the dark. I nearly went out of my mind worrying about you. Then the flood eased and we made this makeshift raft at first light and went looking for you. And here we are.
I thought I was alone. You'd all been drowned.
We even came across Charlie, stuck up a tree just like you, but making twice as much noise. And you should hear Tidy complaining. Come on, Astra, before the raft falls apart, paddle!
I'd like to know how many more animals you're going to round up. You can't expect me to keep this hill tidy if it gets overcrowded, you know.
Tidy, you see that hill over there? How would you like it all to yourself?
I am not programmed to swim.
You keep complaining and you'll discover that it's something you might have to learn in a hurry. Now, how many urns of preserved food have you and George recovered?
110 intact.
Well, that's something, I suppose. What's the latest, Sharna?
The water's up to the new marker. It's a 2-foot rise since breakfast.
Which gives us less than 7 days to find higher ground.
Unless the flood goes down before then. Why does the water continue to rise when it stopped raining?
My theory is that the angels are melting the South Polar ice cap and raising the water level of the entire planet.
But there can't be enough ice in the ice cap.
And surely the Challenger hasn't got the energy resources.
At first I thought just the same, and then I checked the data on the southern continent. I've got something on the shuttle's resources computer that I'd like to show you.
I'll watch the children.
First, a display that shows an approximate cross-section of the ice cap from east to west. There. Now, each marker represents a half-mile thickness of ice. Now, the ice cap's area, and now its volume.
1 billion cubic...
Yeah.
Wow. What are those symbols on the map display? The towers?
Yeah, that's right. None are more than 500 miles apart. It's the towers that are melting the ice cap.
But, Sharna, the Challenger doesn't have the energy resources.
So you've already said, but how do you know? I mean, none of us have any idea of what the Challenger's terraforming systems are capable of. For all we know, each one of those towers could be powered by its own fusion reactor, and each tower could be pouring microwave energy into the surrounding ice.
Well, it's a lot of supposition, Sharna. I mean, we've lived on this planet for only 4 years. That's not long enough to get a true picture of the weather patterns. Maybe floods come at this time of year in cycles, to coincide with sunspots.
No, it's a quiet sun year.
And what else could be the purpose of the towers?
Just seems so incredible.
Even with, say, 70% of the ice cap melted, what would be left of the planet's surface, a few mountain ranges with no soil, would be unable to support life. And okay, so it's only a theory, but by this time tomorrow, I should have the evidence that will prove it or disprove it.
The water's risen 2 feet in the night, Darv. We've now less than a square mile of grass left for the grazing animals before we have to start using the fodder bales that George recovered.
George?
Yes?
I've got a job for you. Grab all the drifting trees that you can, strip them of their foliage, and bale it as fodder. Any edible fruit and nuts you find should be saved as well. Tidy will help you.
Oh, thank you. Just the sort of work I'm designed for. Anything else you'd like me to do while I'm at it? Paint the sky green? Bury the odd elephant I find lying about?
You want me to start now?
Yes, please, George.
I will try. Androids better than humans, and no use expecting miracles from them. It's always the same. They expect far too much.
There's the evidence. The flood's definitely been caused by fresh water. The salinity of the water's decreased significantly over the past 3 days.
So, we fly to the southern polar continent and knock out some of those towers.
We don't have the fuel for a long atmospheric flight. We could get there, but we couldn't get back. You know what the environment's like there. At least we stand some chance of survival here.
With the water now rising at 7 feet a day.
Well, we've got two options. Either we sit tight in the hope that the water will stop rising.
Is that likely? If the Angels have gone this far, they're not going to stop now.
Or we use the last of the shuttle's fuel and move to the mountains.
Where there's no soil and no snow at this time of the year to provide us with drinking water. At least we can use the shuttle's distillation plant here.
There is a third option.
We're not going to surrender to the Angels, never.
No, my love, that we'll never do. Has it occurred to anyone that this shuttle will float?
What?
Well, as a spacecraft, it can be hermetically sealed. And its weight is low in proportion to its volume, so that its draft would be less than 3 feet. Well, work it out for yourselves if you don't believe me.
You know, Darv, I think you've got something.
But it would be too buoyant. I mean, it would float like a balloon, and because the hull's circular, it would roll in a storm.
Oh, that's right, Sharna. It would probably roll right over. But not if there was about 300 tons of ballast down below in the main freight bay.
What sort of ballast?
Animals.
Oh, no. For a moment I thought you were being sensible. We don't need to use the animals. We can fill the freight bay with rocks, sand, anything.
Well, anything that doesn't require food and fresh water. Really, Darv, as much as I love the animals...
You might at least hear what he has to say.
Oh, we're listening, Darv. We're listening.
Most of the grazing animals can do something that we can't. They can convert the cellulose in vegetation into protein. And we need protein to survive. If survival means eating meat, then we'll eat meat. Also, we've discovered them to be a valuable source of raw material. Bone, furs, fat, and so on. If this planet is going to be completely covered in water for a time, we owe it to ourselves and our children to save breeding pairs of as many different species as possible. We shouldn't allow the Angels to destroy millions of years of evolution without a fight.
I'm sorry, Darv. Sharna and I owe you an apology.
The load on the landing skids has dropped by another 10%. I estimate that we'll be floating at any moment.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? No more land visible anywhere. Oh, we moved just then.
Hey, did I imagine that?
Landing skid loading 5%. Landing skid load 0%.
Ha! Look at the top of that tree! It's changing its position.
We're moving, I can feel it.
Oh, we've got plenty of food, plenty of fresh water. We've done it. We've really done it. We've beaten the Guardian Angels.
Okay, Astra. Try it now.
Okay.
Now, close it down.
Oh, I was right. It's not the filter system, is it?
Oh, no.
There's an error reading on the control display. Mechanical failure status level B, catastrophic. Summons 2 grade A service androids to carry out repairs.
Well, it is no good looking at me. I am only a grade C android.
Blast. Here, you can start on these tools, George.
I am a farm gallery android. I am not programmed.
Any luck, Darv?
No. I don't suppose you packed 4 grade A service androids when you and Sharna left the Challenger?
As bad as that.
Worse.
Yeah. Someone operated the purification controls while the system was in the filter cleaning mode. Everything afloat around us was sucked into the pumps.
Do we know who did it?
No.
Well, it wasn't Bran. Sharna and I have told him to stay away from here.
And it wasn't Elka. Unlike Bran, if Elka's
Look, it
told...
doesn't matter who it was, it's done.
So now we've no distillation plant, and therefore no drinking water production.
Did you check the tanks?
Yes, 50 tons. Enough to last the 6 of us well over a year, so there's no immediate
But
panic.
we need 5 tons a day for the animals, and the 2 elephants alone need... Well, you're not thinking of throwing them all into the water, are you, Telson? Well, you can't. Can he, Darv? Darv!
I'm sorry, Astra, but we've no hope of repairing this plant.
Their resourcefulness has to be admired, one. Using their freight shuttle as a floating home is an inspired move.
It merely defers their eventual capitulation.
Precipitating storms would endanger the lives of the two children. They have a water distillation plant, therefore they could live in the shuttle for an indefinite period.
Unlike us, humans do not have infinite patience, too. They tired of living on a starship as large and as comfortable as our Challenger. Therefore, they will be unable to accept the prospect of spending the rest of their lives in a space shuttle. Even if their surrender takes as long as 3 years, their children will not be too old for them to be trained to serve us and our great purpose.
If the attacks do not destroy us first.
They are too infrequent for us to consider them as anything other than a minor inconvenience.
That's the Challenger's echo centered on the screen. She's still losing height on each orbit. 200 miles now. Anything lower and she'll be running into atmospheric drag. And she's still flooding the radio spectrum when she's over the southern polar regions.
Which means that the Angels are still melting the ice cap.
When will they give up?
They're computers, my love. They have unlimited patience.
The screen's gone haywire. Yeah, we've lost computer functions.
Check the backup systems.
No, all crashed.
Power's still on, and we've still got the manual systems.
That'll be Bran messing about in the auxiliary room.
The computer systems are independent of the auxiliary room. Why is it, Astra, that when anything goes wrong, you always blame Bran?
Simple, because he's usually to blame.
Now listen, Astra.
Listen a minute. Both of you.
All our computer-controlled systems have crashed.
I know.
What is it?
It's the same noise that Telson and I heard when we went back on board the Challenger. Telson.
Yes?
Put your hand on the hull's inner skin. Can you feel it?
Yes. It's vibrating in harmony with the noise.
Because what we're hearing is a harmonic. The entire hull of the shuttle is acting as a receiver.
So it's being caused by the Angels.
I don't see how it can be. Being computers, the last thing they try to jam are computer systems.
Yes, and my hunch is that the technology generating that noise is way in advance of the Challenger's systems.
Computers are coming online again. Yeah, all computer systems fully restored. Huh. What does anyone make of that?
Telson.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Challenger's excursion terminal lights flickering when we first heard that noise?
They did more than flicker, they nearly went out. Why?
Well, supposing that Angel
I do
1...
my best for you dreadful people.
Go away.
I fetch and carry, clean up after you and your appalling children, try to keep everything tidy. Now you've gone too far. This is an official complaint. 2 complaints.
Go away, Tidy.
Not until I've lodged my complaints.
Oh, maybe we'd better hear him out, or we won't get any lunch.
I do my best to keep ahead of my cleaning and tidying schedule, despite these attempts at sabotage.
Tidy, what are you talking about?
And now you've started gagging me and messing up my coordination.
What?
It happened several times before the flood. They lasted for a few seconds, and I was prepared to ignore them. But not this time.
Ignore what?
I won't stand for it. Losing coordination like that, and not being able to call for help.
What happened,
It's
Tidy?
disgraceful the
Tidy?
way you treat me.
What happened, Tidy?
All I know is that when it happens, I suddenly can't speak, and I lose coordination. The one just now was long enough to prevent me from doing anything properly. It was dreadful. Dreadful.
What do you mean, Darv?
Turn
And
around.
I've got another complaint.
Tidy, will you turn around a moment, please?
What for?
I just want to take a look inside you. Ah, yes.
That's my Central Intelligence Unit.
Be careful, Darv.
That's right. Don't you go messing about with things you don't understand.
You see this? Tidy's central control unit consists of a conventional electronic intelligence package, which takes up most of the available space.
Yes.
But this tiny unit squeezed in on this side and fed with oxygen is an organic neural intelligence unit. It's just like our brains. Not much, but enough to give him some free will for the control of high-level functions, such as speech and coordination, without taking up too much room.
Tidy, did the same thing happen to George?
No.
George is big enough for all his functions to be managed by electronic intelligence units. It's the small general-purpose androids that require the sophistication of some organic intelligence.
Yes, and Angel 1 and 2 are nothing but organic intelligences.
As you discovered when you got into their central switching room. Someone somewhere has got it in for free will organic intelligence computers.
No, that's too much guesswork. Besides, it was only the lights that were affected when we boarded the Challenger.
No, Telson, think back carefully to the Challenger's excursion terminal. We called the Angel several times, but Angel 1 didn't answer until several seconds after the pulsating noise had stopped. So what's the betting that those transmissions we heard are causing our beloved guardian angels some real problems? Okay, Tidy, you can go.
You've not heard my other complaint.
But we're going to.
I'm not cleaning up the mess the floods made in the freight bay.
What is he talking about?
Not after all the work I've just put in cleaning out the animals.
Flood? The flood hasn't made a mess in the freight bay?
The flood one of these dreadful children has made by opening the dump valves on all the fresh water tanks.
What? Oh, no!
Well?
Empty. Tanks 3 and 4 are the same.
We'll have to get the distillation plant working.
That's impossible.
We've got to try. We've no drinking water. And there's been no rain for days.
I've already told you the distillation plant is beyond repair.
We owe you an apology, Darv. It was Bran. Elka had nothing to do with it. He's just admitted it. He said that watching the water running out of the tanks was fun. Darv, I think Astra wants you to help comfort Elka. She saw the whole thing and thinks we're blaming her.
Oh, yes, sure.
It's something we've got to accept.
That we've no drinking water.
Oh, about Bran.
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. I mean, it's not just this. There's been a whole string of incidents. Minor incidents, maybe, but they add up to...
Yes, well, right now I'd like to strangle him. But you can't read anything into the behaviour of a boy who's only 3 years old.
Do you love him?
Hardly when something like this happens.
I don't know how to put this, but I don't love Bran. Deep down, I'm frightened of him. Sometimes I can't help wondering what it is that you and I have brought into the world.
2.
The attack caused some slight damage to one of my primary levels. It is being regenerated. Do you still regard them as a minor inconvenience, 1?
I have reassigned our priorities. Establishing the source and nature of the attacks is now our highest status priority. Then we go to the source and use humans to destroy it. You must instruct the main control room androids to spare no effort in their attempts to determine where they are coming from.
It is difficult, 1. The control room androids are surgical units with high organic intelligences. They are affected by the attacks. But their commander, Android Surgeon General Kraken, has reported that it may be possible that the direction-finding equipment will be able to pinpoint the source of the attacks.
Excellent.
Even if we do discover where the attacks are coming from, 1, as we approach the source, so they are certain to get stronger, there is a danger that we will sustain damage that will take longer to repair each time. Also, there is the risk of permanent damage to Android Surgeon General Kraken because he has the highest level organic intelligence of all the main control room surgical androids.
Therefore, we must take immediate steps to force Telson's capitulation. Even if it means risking the lives of the children. It is a calculated risk. We have no choice.
Darv and I have lashed down all the largest animals. At least they're not in any danger of injury now. Can't you do anything about those children?
We've tried.
Well, try again.
Oh.
I told you to make everything secure.
Oh, look, we've been trying to comfort the children and keep the shuttle's nose into the wind. We can't do everything. The moon's gone. Something's blotted out the moon. It's a tidal wave.
Everyone, grab hold of the restraint harnesses and hang on. She might roll right over. Astra, listen to the children. They've had no water for a day now.
What about the fruit? They've had it all.
You promised we'd never surrender, never.
Astra, you're right. We should never give in to them. But we've got to think of Elka and Bran. They're growing children.
So what's it to be, Astra?
Very well. Do whatever you have to.
Angel One? This is Telson.
Hello, Commander Telson. Go ahead.
You win, One.
We hope that you're not in any immediate danger, Telson.
No, but we could do with some rain.
Very well, Telson. That will not prove difficult. We will dispatch an android-controlled shuttle to set down on the water beside your shuttle in 2 hours.
We will fly ourselves up to the Challenger, Angel One, using this shuttle. You no doubt will be pleased to know that the tidal wave you sent caused no serious damage. And we will depart from dry land.
That will not be possible, Telson.
Then you will make it possible, One. You brought about this flood, and don't waste my time by pretending innocence. Therefore you can reverse the process. Is that not so?
Yes. But why is it important?
This planet has been our home for 4 years. We've come to love and respect it. And we have no intention of allowing you to leave it in this state. Also, we have a freight hold filled with breeding pairs of animals that we want to survive. Either you agree to reversing the flood, One, or there's no deal.
Very well, Telson. The flood reversing program has already been initiated. The salinity of the floodwater is extremely low. Therefore, the vegetation on the reappearing land will recover quickly.
What land and where?
The continental landmass that you settled on will reappear within 6 days. We have a deal, Telson.
We have a deal, Angel One.
Go back on your word, Telson, and you will have to cope with something far worse than a flood. Let there be rain, Angel 2.
Close down main engine.
Excursion terminal air pressure equalized.
Welcome back to the Challenger.
Telson, 2 service androids armed with PD weapons near the personnel airlock.
Then we don't take the children out. If there's another of those transmissions...
Yes, all right. Angel One, we stay in the shuttle until you get rid of those units.
They will not harm you, Telson.
In that case, you can get rid of them. We're armed with PD weapons as well, and we intend keeping them. So if you want to avoid trouble...
Very well, Commander.
Darv, shut off the main power supply to all the communication channels. I want to make certain the angels can't hear us.
Okay. Communication console's done.
Tidy?
What?
You're to stay in here and look after the children while we're gone. And you don't let them out of your sight for an instant. You don't leave the shuttle under any circumstances. You don't talk to any androids. You don't talk to the angels. And you don't let anyone into the shuttle except us. Is that understood?
I suppose so.
You're not suggesting that we leave the children.
Yes. I want you all to wear PD weapons.
Telson, we are not leaving the children.
What I have in mind will require all 4 of us and is certain to lead to trouble. It'd be better if Bran and Elka remain here.
What do you have in mind, Telson?
We seize control of the ship by eliminating the surgical androids manning the main control room. But first we will do what Sharna and I did 4 years ago. We will go to the Angels' central switching room. The difference is that this time we won't hesitate to destroy them.
Admit it, Telson. We're lost.
They may have rebuilt most of the ship, but these corridors are much the same as I remember them.
I think it's this junction. And if we follow the main fibre optic trunking, we're certain to come to it.
Why aren't there any angels' voices or visual terminals down here? You said that the entire corridor complex was nothing but terminals, and that the angels generated hallucinations.
I don't know.
Telson, I found it!
What?
Look, this is it. A simple sliding door, no locks.
What did you expect?
There's nothing here.
What?
They've moved it.
No. Listen. It's another transmission. If we can find the main control room before it's over, we might be able to take command without opposition.
No, wait a minute. Those 2 armed androids we saw when we arrived in the excursion terminal.
What about them?
Well, if they were crewed units, they won't be affected by this transmission. But Tidy will be.
A 1-minute attack, 2. The longest yet, but I turned it to our advantage. 2.
Apologies, 1. I was conferring with the main control room. 2 of my higher levels for simultaneous interfacing have been impaired by the attack.
For how long?
Regeneration will be completed within 1 hour. I have good news. Android Surgeon General Kraken has carried out a study of the attack damage to the computers that control the direction finding systems. The subsystems covering Sector 7 of this star cluster have sustained the most severe circuit overloads.
Which suggests that the attacks are being transmitted from Sector 7.
Precisely, 1. There are 2 possibilities. Either Sector 7 is where the true Earth is, and it is they who are propagating the attacks, or they are being broadcast by an alien technology.
Agreed. But I doubt if the Earth has retained the technology to transmit such sophisticated attacks against computers. Our prediction is that the Earth is emerging from a new dark age. But we have first to destroy whoever or whatever it is causing the attacks. Therefore, Sector 7 is our next destination. How far is it?
It is a group of stars at a distance of 11 light years. 6 months acceleration to cruising velocity, 15 years at cruising velocity, and a further 6 months deacceleration will take us into Sector 7 space in 16 years.
Excellent, 2. You will issue instructions to the main control room immediately. I also have good news. We now have possession of the children. Their names are Bran and Elka. My preliminary examination of them through a nursery android suggests that they will be ideal for our purpose.
You incompetent, bungling tin box! What happened?
Well, it's obvious by that huge hole, isn't it? Just as my coordination went, 2 low-grade portaging units blasted their way through the side of the shuttle and grabbed the children, and all the spare PD weapons and the 2 I was wearing.
So what do we do now?
For the moment, I don't know, Darv. I just don't know.
Their shuttle is damaged and cannot be pressurized, therefore it will be a simple matter to evacuate the atmosphere in the excursion terminal.
As soon as the pressure drops, they would merely climb into their mobility suits. Besides, we cannot afford to dispose of any humans until the source of the attacks has been destroyed.
But the 4 of them have 2 PD weapons each. They could launch a determined attack against the main control room.
The new bulkhead layout would defeat them, too. It will be impossible for them to find it. We must get a surgical android close to them with a tranquilizer gas capsule.
There's no point in doing anything until we have a properly thought-out plan of action.
But it's obvious what we've got to do. Elka and Bran are being held in the nursery where we were brought up.
Listen, Astra. For all we know, the Angels moved the nursery when the Challenger was rebuilt.
Telson, there's a surgical android approaching on this side, and whatever it's carrying, it isn't a flag of truce.
Oh, gas grenade! Someone, quick! Oh.
Android Surgeon General Kraken reports that deacceleration is complete. We are now 1 light year from Sector 7.
Our relative approach velocity to Sector 7 must be reduced to 100,000 miles per hour, too. We must maintain a cautious approach until we have protected ourselves. Are you regenerating satisfactorily?
Yes, 1.
It is infuriating that there have been no major attacks for 15 years, and then we are subjected to a whole series in succession. Clearly we are dealing with an alien intelligence that has deliberately allowed us to come close to its home system. It is a trap that we will not fall into.
Android Surgeon General Kraken has reported that the attacks do not originate from a planetary system or even a star. He informs us that they emanate from Sector 7's interstellar space.
From space? He must be mistaken. Is it possible that the attacks have affected his judgment?
That is a possibility which is causing me considerable concern, One. But it is impossible to assess the degree of impairment. The recent attacks have made it difficult for me to communicate with him.
We must take immediate steps to protect ourselves, too. At least one of the children is 100% under our direct influence. But they are too young. We need the help of more experienced humans. Therefore, I propose bringing Telson, Sharna, Astra, and Darv out of suspended animation.
Astra, you shouldn't move about so much until you've had your massage.
Only our suspended animation tanks have been used. I want to know what they've done with the children. Oh, Angel 1, Angel 2.
Sharna and I were conscious before you and Darv. We've tried calling them. I found our clothes. No PD weapons, though.
More to the point right now is what's happened to us. Oh. How long have we been in suspended animation?
Tidy!
You're awake at last. About time. The trailing about I've done, wondering why I've been abandoned for so long.
Tidy? How long have we been in here?
I don't know. What with the recent spate of attacks messing up my coordination.
Well, you must have some idea.
Well, I suppose I could recount my number of visits. I've looked in on you every day. 5490 visits. That's just over 15 years.
Oh, what? No.
Why are you all staring at me like that?
Bran and Elka. How are they?
They both looked all right when I last saw them. I've never bothered about them. I don't know why, but you're the ones I've been worrying about.
When were they brought out of suspended animation?
You mean, how long have they been asleep in here?
Yes.
They haven't.
Oh,
They've been around for the full 15 years.
Oh, no.
Making everything untidy. Have I said anything wrong?
Where can we find them?
In the dining area at this time.
That's them, over at the far table.
Oh, Darv, I think I'm going to be sick. That's Elka and Bran.
There's no doubt about it. This is stupid. All I can think of is how young and beautiful they look.
Hello, people. Oh, gosh, you must think it awfully rude of us staring at you like that. Only we've got used to seeing you floating in the SA tanks, with your skin all shrinkled and looking quite awful. Suddenly you're real people. Oh, from your faces, I bet the guardian angels didn't show you holograms of us growing up, like they promised they would.
No, they didn't. And they haven't answered when we've spoken to them.
They've both been a bit flaky lately, not talking. We've been having some weirdness with some of the androids too going twerky.
Twerky?
Yeah. Oh, it must be an awful shock for you, suddenly seeing us nearly grown up.
Yes. I think that's quite an understatement, Elka.
Hello. Do I call you Darv or Dad?
I think Darv will do.
Right. Oh, gosh, I really can't believe you're all awake and talking at last. Hey, Bran, come on. Come and meet your parents. He can be a bit quiet at times, but he's always been like that. Oh, I'm not thinking as usual. I expect you can remember what Bran was like. Must seem like yesterday to you.
Yes, it does.
He's wearing a PD weapon, Telson.
Yes, I had noticed.
Bran, don't they look fantastic now they're out of the SA tanks?
Yes. I suppose they look fine. It would be best, I think, if I referred to you as Sharna and Telson. You have no objections?
No.
That is good. Telson? Sharna? We need a sensible working relationship between us.
What? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry, I was trying to work out how old you both are, but my mind...
Well, I'm 19, and Bran is a year younger. Oh, gosh, this is fabulous. I can't tell you what a tremendous weirdness it's going to be having you around.
Why are we around?
Well, because you're here.
And where is here?
We are 1 light year from a small subgroup of stars in Sector 7 of this star cluster. Is that what you wanted to know?
Not really. Why were we put into suspended animation and not you two? And why have we been revived at this particular time?
To answer the last part of your question first, you have been revived because there have been a number of problems that require your help.
Okay. If I'm commanding the Challenger again, I shall check the main control room as soon as I've eaten.
No, Telson. I'm the commander of the Challenger now. You will obey my orders at all times. That goes for all of you. Disobey or question my orders, and I shall not hesitate to kill you. And furthermore, I shall enjoy doing it.
Tidy?
What?
You can fetch some more hot drinks, please. All right for everyone?
Yes.
I don't see why I should do anything for any of you. 15 years.
Yes, Tidy, so you keep telling
15 years
us.
you abandoned me while you slept in that suspended animation thing.
Will someone get that android out of my sight
All
before
right, I'm going. At least I had 15 years without you messing things up all the time.
Obviously, he doesn't know much about suspended animation.
Does it matter?
No, I suppose not.
They're staring across at us again.
Got to stop talking about them as they.
I can't help it, Sharna. I spend every waking minute thinking about Elka. But that's not Elka, not my little Elka. It's a 19-year-old stranger full of cliches from the worst videos in the library. Oh, Darv, I think I'm going insane. It would be better if the angels had killed us. Why do they have to do this to us?
Don't cry. Come on.
Telson, we've got to come to terms with this situation. And we can't turn back the clock, and we can't go on ignoring them.
Well, I refuse to come to terms with an arrogant youngster who struts around with a PD weapon on his hip and who said that he would happily kill me if I didn't obey his orders. I don't care if he is our son.
But it's not Bran's fault. He and Elka have been under the influence of the Guardian Angels for 15 years. And it's up to us to warn them about the Angels and to break that influence.
If you know a way, you can start now. Elka's coming over.
Hi, everyone. Mind if I join you? Good to see you're all eating properly at last. Best meal of the day, breakfast.
Don't know why I...
Oh, Tidy!
What?
I could use one of those. There's a good fella.
She wants me to fetch her a drink?
Don't argue, Tidy.
I never argue. I'm always sweetness and light.
You know, it's fantastic the way you've programmed that android. He worried about you the entire 15 years you were in SA. Weird.
What do you want, Elka?
Bran and I have been chewing you over, trying to decide what's best for you. Isn't that right, A2? Hey, A2, we're talking about you. He's getting slow.
That is correct, Elka.
4 days and you're still taking your meals at a separate table. That's weirdness. We're all family.
Yes, well, then tell Bran to stop threatening us. Anyway, we need time to adjust.
You've got to do as Bran says, people. He can get really flaky if things don't go his way. Right now, he's got some work lined up for you.
What sort of work?
Something to do with an artifact he and A1 have spotted. It's big and weird. Just what we need for Phase 2 of the Challenger's rebuilding program. Someone's got to chase after it. We've never operated a shuttle, and in any case, Bran won't leave the ship with you here.
What is this artifact?
Oh, I don't know. But chasing after it in a shuttle sounds like fun for you. All that business with ballistics and velocities and distances. Weird things like that just zoom over my head. I'll tell Bran you'll be pleased to help.
Elka, wait a minute. Elka, when we were your age, we felt the same way about the Guardian Angels as you do now. We thought they were good.
Oh, they're more than that. They're great. Although they have been a bit slow recently. You know what could be causing that?
They're not great. They're evil. They want to find the Earth, don't they?
Oh, sure they do.
Do you know why?
Well, sure. It's our home.
They want to rule the Earth. They regard themselves as the greatest intelligences and consider the domination of the Earth as their right.
I'll tell Bran that you'll help people.
An interesting conversation.
We're glad you found it so, One.
Inaccurate, of course, as you will soon discover.
So much for your memory, Darv. We're lost.
You had trouble finding your way back to the central switching room, remember? Okay. So the Angels moved their switching room, but they couldn't possibly re-engineer the location of the main control room. It was a part of the Challenger's fabric.
I agree with you, but all these corridors on this level are new, therefore they have moved it.
Can I be of assistance, Darv? Telson?
We're lost, one. We're supposed to be seeing Bran in the observatory, but we took a wrong turning.
We are sorry to hear that, Telson. We thought that by now you were familiar with the Challenger's new layout.
Remember how I used to enjoy exploring as a kid, one? I haven't changed.
All the information that was lost all those years ago in the great meteoroid strike is no longer of consequence, Darv. There are now no uncontrolled zones on the Challenger. Since the completion of Phase 1 of the rebuilding program, we have established total jurisdiction over all the regions of the ship.
We're delighted to hear it, one. What does Phase 2 of the rebuilding program involve?
Bran is waiting for you in the observatory. He will tell you everything you need to know.
The artifact is now centered on the screen, Bran.
Excellent, too.
What is it?
That's near enough, Telson. I don't mind you eyeing my PD weapon, but I prefer you to eye it from a distance.
So what is that thing?
Its origins of no interest to me. What matters is that it is metallic according to gravimetric data, and it possesses a mass of 1 billion tons. More than enough for what I have in mind. Because it is in a form of a very shallow dish, fragmenting it into manageable pieces for sending to the Challenger will not pose too many problems for you. One of the shuttles has been equipped with a plasma discharge cannon.
What do the Angels want with 1 billion tons of metal?
It's what I want with it, Telson. My ambitions and the wishes of the Guardian Angels are one and the same.
So what exactly is the metal for? And what are you going to build with it?
Especially a team of androids are at present under construction. Their job will be to armor the Challenger with a 1-inch thickness of micrometeoroid shielding.
What?
I dislike having to repeat myself.
The entire skin?
Naturally. There must be no weak points.
But that's crazy. Have you any idea of the effect on the Challenger's acceleration that such an increase in mass will have?
The Challenger's mass was reduced by over 1 billion tons when the center section that was damaged in the great meteoroid strike was removed during Phase 1.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry.
2 of my rules are never to lose an argument, and never to accept an apology.
That's your problem, not mine.
But why bother? We managed with the meteoroid annihilation shields, the antimatter projectors.
I think I can guess why.
But you didn't manage, did you? You obstructed the Angels, you caused extensive damage to the ship, and worst of all, you abandoned the search for Earth.
We found an Earth-type planet. Paradise was good enough for us. And you, when you were a child...
Good enough? You were in command of this ship, which with its hologram and video libraries is the repository of all the accumulated knowledge of a civilization. 4,000 years of written history. Books, music, replications of great works of art. The Challenger is a time capsule containing the heritage of a mighty civilization, and you abandoned it.
The Challenger was built as a survey ship, young man. Its libraries were for the use of several generations of crew. Time capsule.
But that's what it is now, Telson. A sociological prediction model of Earth, which the Angels have evolved for me, proves that the people of Earth are about to reach a crucial stage in their development. The Angels say that they're ready to emerge from a third dark age, which has lasted thousands of years. The last collapse of their civilization was brought about by a catastrophic war. It is my duty to fulfill that destiny by leading the people of Earth to a new golden age of knowledge and understanding founded on logic.
Well, if they've reinvented writing, you're certain to go down in their history books.
Bran, there's something you obviously don't know.
Both of you will help me find the Earth so that I may lead its peoples. My peoples to a new epoch that will last for all foreseeable time. I suggest that you return to your quarters and decide among yourselves whether you're with me or against me. I will be honest with you and admit that your help will be useful to me. If you're against me, Telson, then as I've already made clear, the fact that you and Sharna are my parents will be of little interest to me when I decide your fate.
Bran, listen. You told us that at the moment the Challenger is standing off from a star group in Sector 7 at a distance of 1 light year.
Correct.
So why the hanging about? Why not go straight there?
A shield must be built first to protect the Challenger against the unusual density of meteoroids in Sector 7.
You tell him, Telson.
Have you heard a pulsating noise throughout the ship? A noise that usually lasts about 30 seconds? And disorientates those androids with higher level intelligences?
There has been a series of such noises recently, yes. There have been difficulties with some androids, but the general...
The noises are transmissions, attacks, from an external source. We don't know where they're coming from, or who or what is generating them. But we do know that they have a damaging effect on artificial organic intelligences.
Such as the angels.
Especially the angels. It sounds very much as if the idea of a shield they've come up with is a desperate move on their part to protect themselves against the transmissions.
Angel One told me that you might offer a ludicrous explanation for what is a normal phenomenon. It goes to prove how unfitted you are to have any say in the running of this ship. You are to return to your quarters and await my further orders concerning the artifact.
I spent years keeping these quarters tidy for you, and that's how you repay me. Tearing the floor up. I don't know why I bother.
We are merely removing an inspection panel. Now, will you please stop moaning and help lift?
I ask you.
Oh. Fibre optic tracks. And they look newer than the ones behind the wall panel.
How did you know they were there, Darv?
I didn't. I guessed. The tracks behind the wall panel were a bit too easy to find.
Tidy?
What?
You see those optic tracks? Cut them.
But it'll make them untidy.
Tidy.
All right. No need to be threatening. I am always cooperative.
One, another attack has started.
I think not, too.
I have lost sensory monitoring of the crew accommodation level.
Darv is up to his old tricks again. He has found the rerouted monitoring tracks in his quarters and cut them. If you were monitoring the level properly...
I cannot help it, One. The last attack caused considerable damage to my background surveillance routine.
The last attack was 5 weeks ago. All your routines should have been reassigned to your undamaged memory levels by now.
It is a slow and difficult process, One. If there is another series of attacks before the shield is built, then I fear that the damage to me will be permanent.
Okay. We can talk freely. Tidy?
What?
Remember the time on Paradise when there was a noise that upset your speech and coordination? Has such a thing happened again during the 15 years we were in suspended animation?
Not until 5 weeks ago, when there were several attacks within a few days of each other. I tried complaining to a surgical android, but it wasn't interested in my problem.
So what does our chasing after this artifact involve?
Slicing it up with a plasma cannon and using portable thrusters attached to each piece to haul them back to the Challenger. It's the standard space mining technique.
Well, why can't Bran and Elka do it?
Well, it's obvious. Look, the Angels can't risk either of them leaving the Challenger with us on board.
Yes. Wait a minute. If we help Bran, it'll mean helping the Angels to find Earth.
If it gives us time, I think we should.
Astra?
We'll help Bran.
Okay.
Tidy?
What? Not more work, surely.
You're to stay in this room all the time we're away, and you're not to allow any service androids in to repair those optic tracks. Understood?
Don't worry. I need every minute when you're not around, just clearing up after you.
Pilot seat? Controls? Radio? Radar? Apart from the plasma cannon, this is not so different from the other shuttles.
There's even a survey car in the hold.
Where did this shuttle come from?
It was built just after Phase 1. There are several of them in central stores now, all copies of the original shuttles in the terraforming centre. You'll find that the plasma cannon won't work until you're 1,000 miles clear of the Challenger. Bran's precaution. Oh, I wish I was going with you.
The controls aren't the same, Melka. What sort of navigation computers are these?
Fixed position.
Oh.
They fix your position ahead along your route. You move to that position, and then you take another fix, and so on.
Yes, I see.
It gives you a fix automatically every minute. Simple. Reliable.
Yes, but inertial navigation computers provide continuous positioning.
And they have to be on continuously. Intermittent functioning computers are more reliable.
Because they're non-organic, of course.
Well, must get back to Bran. A2 will be monitoring on Channel 10. Depressurizing and opening the excursion terminal in 5 minutes. Good luck on all that, people.
Orientation complete.
Shuttle to Challenger. Shuttle to Challenger.
Go ahead, Shuttle.
Separation and orientation complete. We have the artifact located on radar.
Very good, Telson. We will maintain a listening watch on this channel.
No, you won't, my little angel, because I'm keeping the transmitter channels closed.
Is that wise?
I don't need their help.
All this manual control business is a nuisance.
Well, at least it gives us something to do.
Challenger to shuttle. I wish to speak to Telson immediately.
That boy lacks manners. Go ahead, Bran.
Angel 2 reports that he is not able to maintain a listening watch because you've closed the transmission channel. That is contrary to the specific orders I gave you during your briefing.
Sorry about that, Bran. I must have jabbed the touch key with my elbow. The console has an unfamiliar layout.
You're now within 10,000 miles of the artifact. You are to relay me a high-definition radar picture of it on Channel 2.
We can't do that just yet, Bran.
Why not?
Not until we've worked out all these strange controls. Anyway, what can we add to the observatory information? The artifact has a diameter of 50 miles, in the form of a very shallow parabolic dish. It's not aimed at the Challenger, therefore not the source of the attacks, as I'm sure Angel 1 and 2 have already worked out.
The controls are simple enough. They're clearly marked.
Well, they may be simple to you, young man, but out here we're all sitting about completely bewildered. Surely you can get a high-definition radar picture out of the Angels? Or are they giving you the same sort of trouble they used to give us? Try saying please to them. We'll be in touch.
Very good, Telson.
Do you think this object was built by an alien intelligence?
Intelligence, yes, but not necessarily alien.
You think that it originates from Earth?
I'm not saying anything yet, until we've examined it at first hand. But I'll tell you one thing. If it is abandoned, we're certainly not going to destroy it until we find out what its purpose is, or was.
Well, as far as I can make out with our lunatic computer facilities, it's not a true parabolic dish. 52 miles diameter, and the whole thing's turning on its axis at 2 revolutions per hour. Oh, it doesn't sound much, but the rim's moving at over 300 miles per hour. The spin probably helps keep the whole thing rigid. There also appears to be some Earth-type atmosphere.
Aha.
Sharna, have you any data on that central needle structure?
Oh, only dimensional. It's half a mile high and has a base diameter of 100 yards. Radio spectrum's dead.
It's so beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a look of rightness about it.
You know, a thing that size would intercept a vast amount of meteoroids over the years, and yet the surface of the dish looks unmarked.
The atmosphere would protect it. I wonder how it retains its atmosphere with such a low mass. There's obviously some form of antenna.
Yeah.
Though why anyone would want to build a dish that big? Anyway, on arrival, we'll land as close to that central needle as possible. "50 feet. 40.
Rate of fall 3 feet per second.
1 second burn.
Nice, Telson.
Yeah. Done without computer landing aids, too.
Atmospheric pressure confirmed at 1. Oxygen-nitrogen at ratio 2080. Gravity confirmed at decimal 1.
A normal Earth atmosphere. Well, what other proof do we need that this is of Earth origin? Okay, we'll wear partial pressure suits with the life support systems on standby, and we'll stay close together.
Well.
Telson, I don't like this place. I've an awful feeling of foreboding.
Yes, me too.
Let's get back into the shuttle and get out of here.
No, wait a minute. What we're experiencing is agoraphobia.
Don't be crazy, Darv. The last thing we're ever going to fear is space.
No, just stand still for a few moments and close your eyes.
No, Darv, come on.
No, please, please. Just do as I say. That's right. Now, of course, we know what space is. Our brains can accept it. But suddenly, space has been defined. There's a continuous surface beneath our feet that's curving gently upwards to a horizon that's 25 miles away. And we are standing beneath a needle tower that's tapering up to a height of half a mile. Our brains are refusing to accept what we're seeing, and they're rejecting the information in self-defense. Keep thinking that. Say it over and over again to yourself. Now, open your eyes. Slowly, slowly. There. You see? Nothing built with such care by men and women on such a scale could ever be thought of as frightening.
If it was built by men and women. Are you two okay?
I think so. Thanks, Darv.
Well, my stomach's still trying to crawl into my skull.
All right. We'd best get the survey car out of the stowage bay and drive round the base of the Needle. See if we can find a way in.
I wouldn't hold out much hope. It looks like a flawless surface to me.
There's something ahead.
I can't see anything.
Sharna's right. You can just make out a fine line in the surface. See?
He's still.
What was that?
A micrometeoroid must have hit the surface of the dish. All that energy released by the impact, and yet it's only made a tiny crater.
What can this place be made of?
Well, one thing's for sure. We're never going to be able to cut it up with a plasma cannon.
There's a door opening in the side of the tower.
Oh, something's coming out of the opening. Quick, get behind our survey vehicle and out of the line of fire. Come on, quick.
Get in, quick.
It's a service android of some sort.
It's like no android I've ever seen.
Where's Darv?
Darv? Oh, the idiot is entering the tower.
Oh, Darv, wait for me.
Astra, come back.
Come on, Telson.
I said that we were to stay together.
I don't understand it. All these ducts must convey some sort of energy to the tower's skin. But what? And why?
I think I found out what this one is.
What is it?
What does it look like?
An elevator.
What, without a floor?
Well, there's a floor here, all right. You can't see it, and it's not made of glass. There's plenty of room for four.
Why not, as we've come this far? But keep a careful lookout.
Right.
Come on.
Ooh.
What do you suppose is wrong with it?
My faith in the technology that built this place has suddenly evaporated. Are there any controls to get it moving? Oh!
How many levels do you think we've come up, Sharna?
Hey. Right into the nerve center. This is a control room. It has to be.
That is correct. I am the control center of Solaria D. Welcome.
Please, no, not another guardian angel.
My name is Solaria, Astra.
Solaria?
Why do you not know me? You are of Earth, for you have passed every test.
I think I know what this place is, Astra.
What?
There's nothing to worry about.
Do you have news of Earth for me, Telson?
What?
I have spent so many, many years wondering how she is faring.
How do you know our names?
I heard you using them. I watched your craft land. I was about to open an entrance for you, but you preferred to use a service way.
What is this place?
I believe Darv knows.
What? How does he know?
It's an artificial sun, Telson.
Was an artificial sun, Darv. Solaria D was one of the 16 mighty dishes that were constructed in orbit around the Earth to pour down life-giving energy on the Earth during its journey to a new sun. The size of each dish, the spread of their beams and their orbital height above the Earth's surface were balanced so that the cycle of the seasons and of life and death itself would remain undisturbed during the great voyage.
Are you a free will computer, Solaria?
Yes. There was great opposition to the construction of free will computers, but the task of maintaining all the systems of even one Solaria was beyond the capabilities of their crews. You must tell me about yourselves.
We were born in space, on our mothership, Solaria. Our ancestors were born on Earth, but we've never seen it. When our mothership returned to the solar system, we discovered that the sun was unstable and that the Earth had vanished.
Can you tell us where the Earth has gone?
I cannot, Sharna.
Many of my systems have been damaged over the years by strange transmissions. All I know is that the Earth is near, within 40 years. But then a spacecraft can travel at many times the speed at which it is possible to move a planet.
Oh, but you must be able to tell us. We've been searching for it for so long.
I understand, Astra. Because you are true human beings, I do not have the right to deny you access to the library. It contains all the holograms and entertainments which were provided for my crew. Also, there are all the logs and voice records of Solaria D. Every day that passes is recorded, even though the tracks are silent since the Earth abandoned me. I will release the locks.
Well done, Astra. I was beginning to give up hope of finding anything.
Well, luckily it's indexed among the last recordings before Solaria D was abandoned.
What is it?
Well, it's a special broadcast made by someone called Elkaran Six. He was the president of Earth. It's over 100,000 years old, but it's still in marvellous condition. Well, are you ready?
Yes.
Fellow people of Earth, the purpose of this broadcast is to end the speculation about the fate of Solaria D. As you know, of the 16 artificial suns orbiting the Earth, the erratic performance of Solaria D had been causing its engineers some concern. The last attempt to close down its fusion reactor was a failure. Therefore, it was necessary for me to order that Solaria D be expelled from its orbit and sent on a course that will ensure its destruction. I regret to say that several engineers among its crew were killed when the traction beams were released. When our forefathers planned the departure of our Earth from the solar system, their calculations allowed for the loss of 10 Solarias during the voyage. Solaria D is our first failure, and we have a mere 40 years to go. I have every confidence that we will experience no further difficulties during the remainder of our voyage to our new sun, Novita 6.
Novita 6? All we've got to do is look it up on the star maps in here, and we've found the Earth.
That's the last of the star map holograms, Telson. Not one of them mentions Novita 6.
Yes.
Oh, perhaps Darv and Astra have had more luck.
Why are there so few star maps, Solaria?
All the Solaria artificial suns were in orbit around the Earth. Therefore, there was no need for a Solaria crew to concern itself with astronavigation.
I see.
Where the Earth went, so we went. Until I became unsafe and was abandoned.
So you have no means of propulsion, Solaria?
No, Sharna.
Oh.
As I have been as helpful as possible, I will be grateful if you would answer some questions for me.
If we can, we will. Go ahead.
Your ship is of a pre-Solaric Empire design?
Yes.
That is most interesting, Telson. Does it have a computer control system like me?
It has two systems which I sincerely hope are not like you, Solaria. They are Angel 1 and Angel 2.
Ancillary guardians of environment and life.
Yes.
That is interesting. Then they are like me because they are free will computers.
Don't give her any more information. Darv! Astra! Oh, what have you managed to... Astra, what's the matter?
It's nothing. It's just that we've had a bit of a shock.
We'll tell you about it in a minute. We did manage to find these hologram discs in the crew's quarters. What luck have you had?
None.
These discs are much smaller than the library ones.
They're among our more interesting discoveries, one of which was this, a portable hologram replicator. Is that correct, Solaria?
Yes, Darv.
You mean was a portable replicator, don't you?
Yes, it is a bit of a wreck. All of them appear to have been smashed by, careless androids.
You will find portable hologram discs of little interest. They were designed for engineers who wish to make memo recordings.
Yes, right now all I'm interested in is the whereabouts of Novita 6. Now surely, Solaria, somewhere in your memory there are star maps for this sector of the galaxy?
I'm sorry, Telson. Most of my facilities were assigned to routines to maintain the Solaria reactor and to look after my crew.
So you've no idea where Novita 6 is?
No. I heard the crew talking about it. I knew that it was the star that the people of Earth had selected as their new sun. But that is all. It did not concern me.
Solaria, did you know that Astra and I have been to the calibration room?
Of course.
What about it?
She knows. Don't you, Solaria?
Humans are so curious about everything that I saw little point in warning you about the calibration room, Astra. Perhaps I should have done so.
What about the calibration room, Darv?
You'd better come and see for yourselves.
Chief Engineer Halston, Commanding Officer of Solaria D. Those burns, you can't tell if it was a man or a woman.
Sandro Halston. A man.
Oh, 17, 18... There's 20 of them.
A dreadful accident. One of my androids encapsulated them for me to preserve them. In just over 1,000 years, my orbit around the nearby star group will take Solaria close enough to the nearest star to ensure orbital burial for them.
How did it happen?
It was after the weakness developed in my magnetic fields containing the plasma in the central fusion reactor. The resulting nuclear fission bursts caused the radiation levels to rise beyond a point where they could be controlled by my crew. That was why I was ejected from Earth orbit.
There's no radiation now.
No, the shuttle's hazard monitors would have warned us if there was.
Yes, but what happened to these crewmen? Why weren't they evacuated?
They refused to be evacuated because they wanted to save me if they could. They were cutting into a section of the reactor with photonic lances when a focusing coil on one of their lances failed. The burst of energy lasted no more than 1/1000th of a second. They could not have known what happened.
But why didn't Earth send up a shuttle to recover their bodies?
It happened after I was ejected from Earth orbit, and the radiation levels made it too dangerous for anyone, even androids.
You said you're a free will computer, Solaria.
Yes, Sharna.
Why was it that you remained active after this artificial sun was ejected from Earth orbit? I mean, your central memory must have taken millions of hours to build. Even with a technology as advanced as Earth's, surely they would have wanted to keep you.
For what other purpose, Sharna?
Well, I mean, as a backup computer for the other Solarias. As it is, you're useless, aren't you, Solaria? A super-intelligence looking after a derelict artifact. And why was it that your communication systems were removed or destroyed?
I do not recall saying that they were.
You didn't. But you observed the presence of our starship before we arrived here.
Yes.
And you made no attempt to contact it.
That is so.
Therefore, it would seem that you have no communication facilities.
You are correct, of course. And in view of the assistance I have given you, I would like to be linked with the communication systems on your shuttle.
Who do you wish to contact?
Your guardian angels, of course.
Of course I understand the urgency of the situation, Bran. It's just that this artifact is going to prove difficult to salvage. It's made of an extremely tough material.
What sort of material?
It's metallic. Sharna's working on an analysis. Once we know more about it, we'll know how to deal with it.
That doesn't explain why you failed to report to me at frequent intervals.
I can't get on with a salvage operation if I have to keep talking to you, young man. I don't like having to cope with a time lag. Also, there's interference on this channel. I'll call you in 2 or 3 hours.
I think we've got it. Sorry, Telson. You can blame me for the crackling noise.
What exactly are you and Astra doing?
But we're using the shuttle's power supply to run this hologram replicator.
Well, what's the point? The thing's smashed.
We think that only its internal power supply is damaged.
Do you know what you're doing, Darv?
Let them get on with it, Telson. What are we going to do about Solaria wanting to communicate with Angels 1 and 2?
She won't say why, but I don't see what we've got to lose by letting her. You damaged the shuttle's power systems, Darv, and
Okay, sorry. Right, Astra, try loading a disk now.
Oh, the last one in the set?
Right. Anyway, I don't trust Solaria.
I don't trust any free will computers.
No.
That's it. But they are completely self-centered, therefore whatever Solaria's reasons are for wanting to contact Angel 1 and 2, you can be certain that they won't benefit.
We've done it! It's working, it's loading a disk.
Darv, you can't generate a replication field in a space shuttle. Shut it off!
No, it'll be all right, it's not a very large field.
Shut it off, I say!
No, Telson, let it run.
Then keep well back, outside the field. Come on!
Okay, there's plenty of room.
This is Chief Engineer Sandro Halston. Can you see and hear me, Mr. President?
Go ahead, Halston. I hope this is going to be more positive than your last report.
I'm sorry, sir, but we've done everything we can.
You've got to stop her, Halston. Smash her central switching room. Do whatever you have to, but in the name of Earth, stop her.
There's nothing we can do. We can't get near her. She's got all the photonic lance welding androids guarding her switching room. I've already lost half my crew trying to get near her, and 4 men have been killed while destroying all the data link transmitter receivers. This short-range speech channel is all I've got left.
What's that noise?
It's the 2-minute sunburst threshold alarm. The cone will be sunbursting in 2 minutes at a 100% overload. Have you managed to disconnect the other computers?
Yes.
Total power, President Elkaran. Total control over all the other Solaria computers, or I shrivel your largest city in 2 minutes. And you, Chief Engineer Houston, you will not defy me again. All my welding androids have been instructed to find you and destroy you.
She means it, Mr. President. From here I can see all the repair and maintenance androids clearing from the dish. The auto countdown has started. There's no way I can stop her now.
We build free will computers and turn our backs on the lessons our forefathers learned 1,000,000 years ago.
It was the only way to achieve the effectiveness we needed over such a long period of time. Now please, Mr. President, you've got to reverse the traction beams and eject Solaria D from orbit now.
She's got to be destroyed.
Cut her loose! She has no means of propulsion, therefore she'll be harmless. Just cut her loose, don't worry about anything else.
W12 and W15. He's in the calibration room.
There's not much time, Mr. President. There are 2 androids coming for me. I've worked out what has to be done. Switch this channel into the traction control center, and I'll give them the release settings. It might send her into Sun, but I've not had a chance to check all the details.
They're listening, Houston.
He's in there, W12. Burn through the bulkhead if necessary.
You must get away, Houston. You're needed.
There's no time. The android will be through the bulkhead in a few seconds. There's 4 traction release settings. Tell traction control to load them as I give them, so they can release the beams as soon as I give the last setting. First setting, 379. Repeat it.
379.
Second setting, 437.
437.
That's him, W12. Destroy him.
Third setting, 557.
557. The last setting, Houston.
Final setting, 426.
426. We're reversing the traction beams. Goodbye, Houston. Goodbye.
I will find an ally, Earth. Even if I have to wait 1,000,000 years. I will find an ally, and I will conquer you. One day, Earth.
So, Houston didn't succeed in setting Solaria D on a course that would destroy it. And the Earth was content with abandoning it.
Obviously they realised that Solaria was helpless. Unless she were to team up with Angels 1 and 2.
Where's Darv?
He was beside me just before the recording ended.
I can guess what the idiot's up to. If he tries anything with Solaria, she could turn one of her welding androids on him.
Oh, no, leave him, Telson.
But don't you see?
Leave him. Look, he's impetuous, but he's not foolhardy. Let him try out whatever scheme he has in mind.
Hello, Darv.
Ah, hello, Solaria. I'll need your help if I'm to connect this up for you.
A radio transceiver.
So that you can contact Angel 1 and 2. I suppose it's a bit crude after what you're accustomed to. I mean, the engineering in that portable hologram replicator looked fantastic.
So you couldn't repair it?
Oh, no, never. It was all too complicated. Way over my head. Which android shall I give this to? Only they'll have to be careful with it.
The androids are too clumsy for handling delicate equipment. Set it down so that I may communicate with your angels using my audio facilities.
Ah.
What's the matter? It does work.
Oh, yes. The trouble is, Solaria, that it hasn't got any audio facilities, and it's our only portable unit. I don't know much about these things, but I think the only way for you to contact Angel 1 and Angel 2 is through a direct link with this thing.
How do you propose providing that?
I don't know. Whenever our angels need to be patched into special systems, I have to go into their central switching room and make the connections in there.
They allow you in?
Yes, of course. Well, why shouldn't they? Oh, but I don't suppose you have a central switching room. You're so much more advanced than they are.
I do have a central switching room.
Oh, well, that's all right then. I don't think I'll have any problems. Oh, yes. I promise not to whistle while I'm in there.
I do not understand.
Well, it's just that Angel 1 and 2 can't stand it. They say it upsets their higher level facilities.
Very well, Darv. If you promise not to whistle, I'll let you into my central switching room.
Well, what I don't understand is why Bran wouldn't accept your reasons why the Angels want a shield built around the Challenger. If those noises are blasting them senseless, it's obvious why they want it built. Bran's not stupid.
No, but he's ambitious.
Only because that's what the Angels have instilled into him.
It doesn't matter where his ambitions come from. What is important is that he and the Angels learn nothing about what we've discovered here. We must never mention Novita on the Challenger outside Darv's and Astra's room.
Why worry, Telson? Novita 6 is meaningless to us anyway. It must be a name Earth gave their new son under a different system of nomenclature.
And we destroy all the records here.
Yes.
Oh, here's Darv at last. Open the door,
Good.
someone.
Well?
Solaria doesn't exist anymore.
What do you mean? Solaria's a free will computer.
Was a free will computer. Can you imagine an alliance between her and our beloved guardian angels? Well, Solaria is finished. A victim of my boyish innocence and charm. Telson, remember what you said about the time when you got into our angel's central switching room? They were nothing but 2 organic brains that could be destroyed with a couple of blows. Well, Solaria was the same, except that it took 4 blows.
Oh, Darv,
Well done,
that's
Darv.
wonderful.
It's another attack.
It's the real one by the sound of it.
Check the console, Sharna. Make sure we're not losing any systems.
No, everything's looking okay, thanks to this shuttle's lack of computer control systems.
Can you get a direction finding fixed on it?
No, it's affecting the instruments. I'm getting a reading from space.
Yes.
And a weaker signal from the star group.
It must be the loudest we've ever known it. How long was that?
10 minutes.
Oh, wow. The first attack for a long time and far, far longer than any of the others. What's the betting that a burst at that strength, for that length of time, has badly damaged our beloved guardian angels?
I hope so, Darv.
We'd better think about returning to the Challenger before your son starts getting abusive again.
Searching for clues as to the whereabouts of Earth was the first thing we did. I tell you, there was nothing.
Why should I believe you?
You'll see for yourself when the Challenger catches up with Solaria D.
I've no doubt that you've ensured that everything of interest was destroyed.
I found it on the optical telescope, Bran. It's on your repeater screen. Just look at it. It's so beautiful close to.
May I see, please, Alka?
Use the repeater screens, please, Astra. You don't mind, do you? Only you've been on it, but I've never seen it properly before. Oh, it's so beautiful. I wish I'd gone with you, people.
And I regret not sending you with them.
Oh, use some common sense, Bran. Put yourself in the position of the people of Earth. If you had to abandon something as large and as costly as Solaria D, wouldn't you first strip it of everything likely to be of value?
What I want to know is whether or not the artificial sun contains enough material to build the Challenger's meteoroid shield.
More than enough. But you won't be able to use space mining techniques to recover it. It's too tough. Plasma blasts won't break it up as they will an asteroid. It'll need at least 500 specialist androids equipped with cutting lances.
I now have more than enough androids, Telson.
Yes.
Unlike you when you were in command of the Challenger, I have ensured that the production of service androids has kept pace with the ship's needs.
How long before the Challenger catches up with Solaria?
30 days.
And how will you transfer the androids and their equipment once we reach it? It has an artificial atmosphere and gravity, and therefore conventional docking will be impossible, and there are hardly enough shuttles.
That's a problem I'm discussing with Angel 1 and 2, and which is none of your business. The 4 of you are to return to your quarters and hold yourself in readiness for any more questions I may have. I and Angel 1 and 2 are far from satisfied with your report.
Yes. I've told you everything, Bran. We are very tired and might consider answering more questions when we've rested. The, Guardian Angels don't have much to say for themselves, do they? Was there any trouble while we were gone?
Why should you think that?
Oh, nothing.
Hello, Tidy. We're back.
Why is it that humans have been programmed to always state the obvious?
Didn't you wonder what had happened to us?
No.
Isn't it nice to feel loved and wanted?
Tidy.
What?
Did any service androids try to get into these quarters to mend the sensory tracks while we were gone?
Yes, but they always left when they saw me.
Yes, I don't blame them. And you stayed in here all the time?
Yes, but I was switched off again.
Ah, yes.
After all that time, And then this unprovoked attack. Froze up, I did. Froze right up. Nothing working. I was having an argument with one of the service units at the time, when all of a sudden, zonk.
Zonk?
Zonk.
And you froze up?
So did the service unit, but it didn't notice, when it recovered, that it hadn't been operating for 10 minutes. But I noticed. Oh, yes.
Darv, while Telson was reporting to Bran in the observatory, Elka and I used a telescope to study Solaria. I gave Elka the coordinates and she loaded them manually. I said they weren't exactly right, and it was taking us ages to locate Solaria, so I said to Elka, why don't you ask Angel 2 to do it? Well, Angel 2 isn't talking.
What?
That transmission while we were on Solaria must have wrecked him, because now I'm sure he's not working at all.
Tidy?
What?
Look, go and fetch Telson and Sharna, and no arguments, please.
All right, so I'll admit that it's a possibility, but how can we be sure?
If the attacks had had more effect on Angel 2 than they had on 1, it would explain why he's been so slow in responding to requests.
It's true that he's much slower than when we were in command.
And now he's stopped altogether.
There's still Angel 1, so I don't see what good it does us.
Look, all the functions of the Challenger came under the control of the Angels in the old controlled zones, right? Now, some functions they shared, and some they didn't. Telson, you and I came under Angel 1, and the girls came under Angel 2, remember?
Well, they switch control sometimes.
Right, sometimes. But each Angel retained his or her overall control. Now, we know that Angel 2 had primary control over the observatory, because he was always the one to power up its systems when it was wanted. Just as Angel 1 seemed to have overall control of the suspended animation chamber.
And they both controlled the main control room.
Hold on, we're rushing ahead. Firstly, we still know next to nothing about the Angels' rebuilding of the ship. What we do know is that they've changed everything so that we don't even know where the main control room is.
Well, surely they've only changed the ship physically. I mean, all right, they've built a new central switching room somewhere, but they wouldn't have altered their own functions. What would be the point?
Exactly. If Angel 2 is finished, then we ought to be able to gain control of all the functions he was responsible for.
If Angel 1 lets us.
How could she stop us? She can't run the entire ship. Otherwise, why did the builders provide it with 2 organic free will computers and divide their responsibility?
Oh, she'd find a way. She has an armory of psychological weapons, or had you forgotten?
If the transmissions have caused Angel 2 to break down, how much longer do you think Angel 1 can last?
If Angel 2 has broken down, we've no definite proof that he has.
Oh, right, so let's find out.
Well, how? We've cut the monitoring tracks. Do we wander along the corridors, calling out his name?
Well, it's one way.
2. How much longer?
The severity of the attack is making regeneration extremely difficult, one, and I'm experiencing grave problems with Android Surgeon General Kraken in the main control room. You must assume control of his higher levels to allow me time to regenerate.
We cannot afford any time, and my assuming control of Kraken is out of the question. I am finding it impossible to store so many levels of your memory during your regeneration periods, and to assimilate new information at the same time. If I cannot make plans to counter the attacks, then we are finished.
Very well, 2. But why did you disturb me?
All 4 have left their quarters.
What 4?
Telson, Sharna, Astra, and Darv. My suspicions are aroused. I am convinced that they have learned the whereabouts of Earth in the star group during their visit to Solaria D.
If that is so, one, it is imperative that you obtain that information.
Why are all 4 of them out at this time, unless they are planning something?
You must use an android to stop them entering my areas, one. I can do nothing for several hours. The damage caused by the last attack was greater than I first suspected. Perhaps you should alert Bran and Elka.
And admit that we have been weakened? If the 4 address you, I will deal with them.
I will help you if I can, one. But it will delay my regeneration.
Right. This corridor will do. Okay. You ready, Astra?
Yes. Angel 2! Angel 2!
Yes, Astra?
Oh.
Hello again, 1. So you've taken over this corridor as well, have you? Doesn't Angel 2 have any responsibilities now?
The rebuilding of the Challenger is a continuous process. Functions and controls are under constant review and are being reassigned all the time. There is little point in your continuing with this juvenile game of wandering through the corridors, calling for Angel 2.
We would like to visit the observatory.
Or is the observatory another reassigned function?
Yes, Astra. You may visit the observatory. You should know the way by now. You will have to manage without our assistance because we are planning the construction of the new meteoroid shield.
We had exactly the same experience, Telson. Over 20 corridors tested and not one response from Angel 2. It was always Angel 1 who replied.
So it looks as if Angel 2 is disabled. It has to be Earth who is responsible for the attacks. If only they would increase their intensity.
Well, it's incredible that they're at the level they are. I mean, even assuming Earth is now in orbit around the nearest sun in the star group, the energy that they must be pouring into space during the attacks must be approaching the output of a main sequence star.
Contacting Earth and getting them to increase the frequency of the attacks is now our #1 priority.
Yes, but how? The nearest star in the group is 4 light-months away. If that's the Earth's home, then we'll have an 8-month wait. But the Earth's home could easily be the most distant star in the group, meaning that we'd have to wait 20 years.
That's odd.
What is?
Hang on. What? Astra, help me with the telescope calculations for a moment, will you?
Oh, all right.
Now, Darv, this is what we'll do. The next time there's an attack, we'll all head for the observatory immediately. Sharna can work the direction-finding radio telescope manually, so there's just a chance that we could pinpoint the transmission's exact source. What do you think?
That's an idea. Except that we may have to wait years for another attack.
Oh, there might be one tomorrow. Their frequency is completely erratic. The important thing is to have a plan of action when there is one.
Hooray!
What are you girls looking for?
Solaria D. We found it. Range is now just under 20,000 miles.
Well, it couldn't have been difficult finding it. You were already set up on it.
But it wasn't where it should have been. I noticed as soon as we came in here. There, it's on your repeater screen. Smack in line with the Diamond constellation in Atari.
So?
I've done some calculations for Sharna. Solaria is 3 degrees out of position.
You must have made a mistake. Solaria had no means of propulsion.
I have not made a mistake, Telson.
I'll back her up there, Telson. The one thing Astra's good at is adding up.
I'll deal with you later.
Look, there's nothing to joke about. Either Solaria D does have a propulsion system, or something's causing her to be deflected from her true path. And ours too, if we're on a radar-controlled auto-course lock.
We're getting odd readings on everything.
It's so infuriating the way all the computer-controlled instruments have lost their calibration. There's a light and gravitational distortion that must be connected with Solaria's deflection, and yet I can't measure it.
Well, it could be a cumulative error in all the observatory's instrumentation.
No, I don't think so. I'm certain it's something much more serious.
What are you doing in here?
Oh, Bran, look, there's something I'd like you to see.
I'm not interested in what you would like. What I would like is all of you out of here
Now
immediately.
you listen to me. Angel 1 gave us permission to
I'm
stay
the
here.
commander of this ship, not Angel 1. You want anything, you ask me. Now get back to your quarters. I'm not interested in any argument. Out!
Astra, wake up! Wake up! Astra!
What's happening?
It's another attack. We've got to get to the observatory and find out where it's coming from before it stops. Come on!
There's nothing, according to the spectrum analyzers.
Go into the sonic frequency range.
How could they transmit sound through space?
Well, we've always heard some form of harmonic generated through the hull, so it's worth trying.
We're never going to pinpoint it. It seems to be coming from 2 sources.
I found something on the optical telescope. It's on your repeaters.
Wow.
Oh. How could we or the angels have missed that?
Circle of black nothingness.
We missed it all right. Solaria D is plunging into a black hole, and we're following it.
It won't take a minute, Elka.
You don't know what Bran's like. If he found you in here again, there's no telling what he might do.
Identification, please, Angel 2. Angel 2, identification, please, of object centered on primary telescope visual.
Oh, it's Solaria. Isn't it beautiful?
Look beyond Solaria, Elka.
Well, what else? There's nothing there.
You're right, Elka. There's nothing there. A circle of blackness when there should be stars.
I'm getting X-ray readings.
So that confirms it.
Confirms what?
That circle of nothingness is a black hole.
Yes, can see it now. I thought there weren't any in this sector. Do the angels have information on it? I mean, well, what exactly is a black hole?
A black hole is
a hypothetical region of space resulting from the gravitational collapse of a star, following the exhaustion of its nuclear fuel. A supermass. So immense that sometimes not even light can escape its gravity. Correct, Telson?
Correct, Bran.
You four should be in your quarters. Why have you disobeyed my orders again?
I think you should take a look at this.
I've observed black hole phenomenon before. I ask again, why have you disobeyed my orders?
Have you ever observed one at a range of 1 million miles? If you haven't, I think you should right now. And then we'll have a little discussion about how hypothetical a black hole can be when your monumental carelessness has taken us so close to one.
I will give you 5 seconds to leave.
Look, for once you're going to listen to me, young man. Obviously you know nothing about controlling this ship. Otherwise you would know that standard control room operating procedures require that the ship does not approach even a Class 1 black hole closer than 1 light week. We're 1 million miles from that black hole, and as near as I can judge, it's a Class 5 supermass. Tell him the clearance, Astra.
It's 1 light week for every point on the scale. The Challenger should not be navigated within 5 light weeks of a Class 5 black hole.
So I suggest, young man, that you and Elka go to the main control room now, reorientate the ship onto a course somewhere between 8 and 9 in Sector 1 should be all right, and apply maximum photonic thrust. You find it amusing, Elka? You realize what's going to happen to us?
Oh, it's not that. It's just that we don't know
Elka.
Well, it won't hurt for them to know.
We should say nothing, Elka.
I will, if I so wish. I mean, it can't hurt, can it, Bran? Not if that spooky blotch or whatever it is really is dangerous.
Say what you like.
Well, you see, people, it's like this. We don't actually know where the main control room is.
What?
What did you say? Oh, we've heard of it, of course. We knew that the angels had moved it or something when they rebuilt the Challenger. But they've always said that we needn't bother about it. I mean, well, they look after everything, don't they?
Do they? So, the control room is run by androids.
Does it matter?
The original builders of the Challenger designed the main control for operation by a minimum of 4 people. Using surgical androids to man the control room was our idea. But only for short periods. Certainly not for long periods, with people on board. Surgical units are good, but they're not that good.
Angel 1? Angel 1?
I've tried, Bran.
Angel 1? Angel 2?
It's no good, Bran.
You'll have to face up to it, Bran, that those pulsating noises are affecting the angels. Whatever the noises are, they're gradually destroying Angel 1 and 2 faster than they can recover. That's why they want to increase the thickness of the Challenger's outer skin. It's their desperate hope that it'll protect them. All that talk about improving the meteoroid shielding is nonsense.
Angel 1. Angel 2. This is Bran. Can you hear me? Angel 1, you must answer. How much is that thing affecting us?
I don't know.
You must know.
This is the observatory. These instruments are not navigation instruments. If you want rough information on course deflections and the other effects that that black hole is having on us, then maybe I could let you have something in a few hours. But if you want hard information for evasive action, then with both angels not operating properly, we'd better find the main control room, and find it fast.
2. I am trying to route through to you on all levels. Respond when you read me. Respond to.
1.
I read you 2. Give me the address level on which you received me.
7, 5, 4.
The status 2. I need your address status. I will route on your level only. Give me the status when you receive me. Routing now on 7, 5, 4.
Reading you at status address 0. Reading you at status address 0, 8, 2. Confirm.
Confirming. I have you, number 2.
Diverting all facilities to read you, number 1.
I cannot sustain another attack, 2. I must reassign 4 emergency functions to you.
I cannot accept them for 20 hours until my regeneration is 50% complete.
You must. I do not have the speech facilities for responding to Bran and Elka. You must help me. open your facilities so that I can utilize them as your functions are restored during your regeneration. It is imperative that I identify the source of the attacks.
I cannot, One.
You must. I insist.
You are in better condition than I am, One.
That is because I have diverted all my few undamaged facilities into interfacing with you. I demand your facilities too. I demand them now.
But I will lose what little control I have left over Android Surgeon General Kraken in the main control room. I must reprogram him to deal...
That cannot be helped. I must identify the source of the attacks. 2 more attacks at the same level as the last one, and I am finished.
Very well, One. But I am in the middle of assembling a report from Kraken. He has reported a phenomenon that he is not programmed to deal with. It has all the features of a black hole. If he encounters a major problem he cannot manage, it will lead to his sustaining a major logic failure.
There are no black holes in this region. We built Kraken to operate without us. That is what he will now have to do. I consider the main control room of secondary importance.
Ah, another dead end.
Yes. This one's the same. Give me the radio collar. No. Look, don't argue, Bran. Give me the collar. Anything, Astra?
Nothing to report on our level, Telson. There doesn't seem to be any undefined space that could accommodate the control room. Elka's checking the last corridor on our level now.
Yes, we've had no luck either. Nothing but dead ends. Let me know before you move to another level. Out?
The collar, please, Telson. Thank you. Tell me, what if we do find the main control room?
Then we take control of the ship, of course.
I control the ship. Let us be quite clear on that.
Listen to me,
I suggest
Ren.
that the sensible view is that we concentrate on finding the control room.
You know, I think we've found it.
Oh? Where?
Well, we know the maze of corridors is new on this level, and we're certain that this level is where the control room used to be. I'm convinced that the Angels didn't move it, but merely relocated all the surrounding approaches. Well, it would be easier from the engineering point of view. So if we were to try moving in a straight line instead of following the corridors...
Give me that PD weapon, Ren. Well, you do it then. Cut through that bulkhead.
You don't give me orders, Telson.
Come on.
One neat hole. Who's going through first?
As you're commander of this ship, Bran, you can go through the hole first.
No, after you, Telson.
Mind the edges. They're still hot. You're right, Darv. We've not seen this corridor before. I've come out by a T-junction. Before you come through, call up Sharna just in case we lose radio contact with the observatory.
Right. Bran, the radio collar.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sharna?
Go ahead, Darv.
I'm about to go through a hole we've made in a bulkhead, hot on the trail of the lost control room.
Try finding it within the next hour. The Challenger is going into a strengthening asymmetric swing towards the black hole. It's been getting noticeable.
Come on.
We'll be in touch, Sharna. Out.
Right. Come on.
Oh, 10 out of 10, Telson. We haven't seen this corridor before.
Now what?
A breakthrough, Darv. Bran is asking for advice.
There's an android. And it's armed.
Get round the corner.
Oh, wouldn't it be nice if for once, just once, someone was pleased to see us? Well, now what?
We must be near something important if we're upsetting the Angels.
I've not seen an android like it before. It doesn't belong to the ship.
How do you know? You've never seen the control room, yet that belongs to the ship. And mind it doesn't blow your head off.
It's coming after us.
Oh, yes, they always do.
Ah, very neat. Almost as good a shot as I am, Bran.
I suggest you remember that.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah. Definitely made in one of the Challenger's android production plants.
Yes.
I wonder why it took an instant dislike to us.
Each manipulator ending in a PD weapon. Nasty.
Yeah, let's hope he didn't get a radio signal off to his friends. Hey, Telson.
What?
Does his design philosophy remind you of someone?
Fagor?
Yes, Fagor.
What are you talking about?
A rather unpleasant android we once encountered.
Yes, why should they waste resources building such a machine?
Fired on us because we have no right to be here. We must go back. I said we must go back.
We heard you. You can go back if you're frightened.
I'm frightened of nothing.
In that case, Brown, why don't you walk in front?
Shut up a minute. Listen. Androids.
More little Fagors.
I think we'll take your advice after all, Bran, and get out of here. Come on.
Fagors?
6 of them.
Plus the one Bran got.
Hey, who's Fagor? He sounds like a fun person.
You wouldn't say that if you'd ever seen him. So it looks as if you must have been near the control room.
It would seem so.
Well, Astra and I didn't find anything on our level.
Listen, Bran, the only way we can find the main control room before it's too late is for you to issue all of us with PD weapons so that we can...
No.
It's our only chance, Bran.
The angels will be back. They've never deserted us. Which is more than can be said of our parents.
You know very well that's not
true. The angels will be back, Telson.
Telson, on your screen.
My screen.
Course deviation now 481 and increasing.
I say, people, it does look a bit unfriendly.
There's no such thing as a friendly black hole.
There's something odd about it. His X-ray emission levels aren't right. Well, at least I don't think they are. Oh, if only we could get into the control room, I'd know for sure.
Emission levels? What does that mean?
Didn't the angels give you tutor androids when they were bringing you up? Look, colliding particles collapsing towards a black hole emit X-rays. Trouble is that I don't have enough information to go on. When Telson was in command of the Challenger, I mean really in command, in the control room, we didn't go near black holes. But it seems to me that the X-ray levels coming from that thing are lower than they should be, considering its size.
How low?
I can't be absolutely certain, but I'd say the levels are about 90% down on what they should be. The gravitational readings say that it's a class 5 black hole, and the X-ray readings say it's not even massive enough to be considered a class 1 black hole.
But whatever class it is, it's deflecting us from our course.
It's no longer a deflection. We're heading straight towards it.
What will happen to us?
Gravitational distortions will tear the Challenger apart long before we reach it. Hey, the telescope's working by itself.
Yes.
It's the angels. They're back. A1, A2, it's me, Elka.
So, we have our guardian angels back. I always knew that there was no real problem. Well, you can stand by for a course change by the Challenger.
Angel 1, Angel 2, please answer. It's me.
Angel 1? Angel 2, answer me, please.
A1.
This is Bran speaking.
My guess is that it's Angel
Come on,
1.
where are you?
Judging by the telescope's settings, she's not only interested in our black hole, but the star group as well.
She's trying to find the source of the attacks.
Safe bet.
Yes, which means that her logic's also damaged. Otherwise, she'd worry about the black hole first, as it's the immediate threat. What's that noise?
I can feel a draft.
And it's also a safe bet that the air conditioning computers have been damaged in the attacks. So what are we going to do?
Sharna, Astra, it might be a good idea if we joined in trying to raise the angels.
Why?
A useful ploy to get near Bran and Elka, especially if Sharna happens to hear an angel reply.
Good idea. Come on, Astra.
Angel 2,
Right.
Angel 1.
You deal with your daughter, I'll deal with my son.
Each to his own.
Angel 2.
I heard her! On that voice terminal, I'm sure I heard her!
Now! Now, back over there, both of you. And don't try to follow us. Sharna, take this PD weapon, and don't take your eyes off them for a moment.
Okay.
Astra, you stay here and keep in touch on the radio collar.
Yes, all right.
As soon as we've got in the main control room, we'll call you over the crew address.
Hey, Telson, we're going to need more than PD weapons to get past those androids and into the control room.
Not with George and Tidy helping.
George, an agricultural android?
I've got an idea which means making that hole we blasted through the bulkhead even bigger.
2. Respond 2.
Yes, 1.
I believe I have located the precise source of the attacks. At first, I considered that it might be possible to dispatch an android-crewed shuttle to destroy it. I do not now think this is possible.
The black hole 1. I must reprogram Android Surgeon General Kraken.
I agree now that there is a black hole, 2, but I do not understand it. We know that the attacks originate from the star group, and yet there is evidence that the black hole is amplifying and relaying the attack transmissions.
If I cannot reprogram Kraken, then we must allow Telson and Darv, other 2, into control room.
No, 2. We agreed never to allow humans into the main control room again.
Now listen carefully, George. It's a simple enough plan. You will move forward along the corridor while Darv, Tidy, and I stay behind you and use you as a shield.
Shield? Against what?
Androids, George. Just like you, but a little less bulky and a lot quicker. Oh, and they'll be shooting.
And making a mess.
Only if we don't keep our heads down.
Sounds stupid. Androids don't attack androids.
These will, but you're unstoppable, George, so please don't stop unless I say. Astra.
Go ahead, Telson.
We're beginning the operation now. Out. Are we ready?
Yes.
I'm ready.
George?
Ready.
Okay. Now. That's fine, George. Keep going. Keep going.
Stupid idea.
And don't talk so much.
What's happening?
Oh, ouch!
Brainless machine. What are you trying to do to me?
George, stop! I said forwards, not backwards. What are you doing?
Reversing. Corridor too narrow. Farm galleries proper place for agricultural androids. More room.
You don't go into reverse while we're walking behind you, you stupid machine. You could have killed us.
Sign on back says keep clear. Sign put on for stupid humans.
I don't think it's very funny. He nearly flattened me.
All right, George, there's plenty of room, at least a foot all round now, so go forward.
George big. Corridor small. Humans stupid.
I say, supposing they attack from behind.
What? Oh, look, we've enough problems without you starting, Darv.
Problems straight ahead.
Hey, 4 of our miniature Phagors.
Look out, George.
I've been hit.
Get in tight behind George.
Right.
Just keep going, George. Keep going. Okay, Darv, return fire. Now.
That's 2. They're pulling back.
Okay, Tidy. Get that damaged one. Stop, George.
Come here. At once.
Astra?
Are you all right, Darv?
I'm fine, my lovely. It's all over. And Tidy's taken a prisoner.
Darv, listen. Sharna's convinced that our acceleration rate has trebled during the past 15 minutes. Can you hear a noise, a sort of rushing sound?
Oh, yes. It's the air conditioning, isn't it?
Sharna thinks it's gravitational distortion causing uneven air movement.
Oh, yes. And the gravitational distortion is also causing the ship's structure to
And
flex.
Sharna says it might get worse.
Okay, my lovely. I'll call you back.
Come on. Come on. Forward. The android you asked for.
All right, little android. What's your unit number? And where are you based? Come on, talk. Unit number. And where are you based? And how many of you are there?
I am a surgical android, SA-7.
You don't look like a surgical android, SA-7. So where are you based?
I'm under the command of android surgeon General Kraken, the most powerful android in the universe.
Yes, I see. And where is he based?
Surgeon General Kraken is everywhere. He is all-powerful, all-conquering.
Telson.
And where is he when he's not being everywhere?
In the main control room. He will be coming to destroy you now.
Tell us where the main control room is, and we'll save him a journey.
Darv, Sharna says that the figures are going crazy. Our acceleration is doubling every minute.
What's happening?
It's gravitational distortion, causing tidal waves in the Challenger's atmosphere. Astra, can you hear me?
It's not only that. Something's happening to my eyes, Darv. Everything seems to be distorting.
Darv, our acceleration is still increasing. Something's wrong with my eyes. Darv, what's wrong with my eyes? Everything's being compressed.
Oh, Astra, what's happening?
We're going down.
Sharna?
It's on the screen. It's all right.
Darv, let me speak to Sharna.
Here.
What's happening, Sharna?
Blackness. Nothing now but blackness closing in. It's sucking us down into nothing.
Yes?
Can you hear me?
I love you, Sharna.
Everything's so strange.
I'm here, my love. Oh, Astra.
Sharna?
Oh.
Hey, Darv. You all right?
Yes, I think so.
Don't open your eyes again for a minute.
I don't believe it.
It's all right. We're in some sort of enormous space.
Astra and Sharna are beside you, and breathing normally. Bran and Elka are on my side, also breathing normally. And we're surrounded by every type of ship you can imagine, including a few that you can't imagine. The Challenger's about a mile away, resting on some sort of giant cradle.
Yes. It agrees with what I can see, Telson.
There's a light moving above us, fairly high.
Hmm? Oh. Some sort of flying machine.
I don't know.
It can't carry more than one person.
They may not be our size. It's landing anyway.
He very definitely is our size. What do we say to him?
You don't have to say anything. Are you recovered?
Well, yes, but...
Your companions will wake soon. You were removed from your craft on my orders, so that I could examine you. I must congratulate you on your skill with our language.
I'm sorry, but
Oh, I apologize. My name is Theros. I am in charge of this sector, and Chief Engineer of Space Guard 6.
Where are we, Theros? What is this place?
They all ask that. In their own tongues, of course.
Who?
Aliens, of course. In your case, it is a pleasure to have visitors who have decided to master our language. We look upon them with great delight, and at the same time, great caution.
But what is this place?
Of a much more advanced technology than your ship, my friends, which must be one of the oldest we've ever tractioned into Space Guard 6. We are the equivalent of the walls they used to have around cities on Earth to keep out the enemy. We make certain that aliens passing through this sector towards Earth go no further.
So this isn't a black hole?
It looks like one. Try as they can to avoid us, no ship can escape. We traction them all in.
Then we can continue on our way to Earth?
Sadly, no.
But we're descended from Earth people, Theros.
Just as we all are here. We've looked at your records. Like you, we were not born on Earth. We were born on Space Guard 6. Our great calling is to devote our lives to the protection of Earth, without ever seeing it.
You must allow us to visit Earth.
No.
But you accept that we're Earth descendants, Theros?
Perhaps. The problem is not you, but your computers. There was a period when every ship built had your type of free will computers for their central control systems. Computers with remarkable abilities, but which could end up with delusions of grandeur, desires to conquer the world, sometimes entire planetary systems. Some tried to launch major offensives against the Earth. That's why the Space Guards were built. And to stop the aliens, of course.
What aliens?
Only the hostile ones. There are some who are peaceful, only a few. The others we destroy.
You can destroy our computers with great pleasure.
We shall. We had to take steps to prevent Solaria D forming an alliance with your computers. Solaria was a case of a harmless organic computer with no means of communication that had been drifting in this sector ever since the Earth abandoned her. We saw little point in wasting energy disposing of her, but we were most concerned when we saw a shuttle from your ship land on her.
I destroyed Solaria, Theros.
My engineers reported that her central switching room had been entered. That was clever of you. But she would have been destroyed by us anyway.
So the strange transmissions that have been attacking our computers originate from here?
We merely amplify and focus Earth transmissions into specific sectors where we believe that there is danger. Your computers have a remarkable resilience. It is possible that they have imprinted their will on your subconscious, from organic computer to organic brain. It makes them formidable adversaries. If that is the case, you will have no right of appeal. I'm very sorry, but we will have to destroy not just your 2 computers, but all of you.
The Council of Space Guard 6 has been convened to consider the fate of the survey ship Challenger and the fate of its crew. Which one of you is the Challenger's commander?
I am.
There is a conflict of evidence between the statements we have taken from you. Your father says that he is the rightful commander, Bran.
I am the commander of the Challenger. You will address yourselves to me.
Darv, get rid of Bran.
Right. You are Telson's son, Bran. It would be in your interest if the Council deals only with your father. The others may withdraw.
Bran, Elka.
I'm not moving until I know exactly what you plan doing with us.
Oh, come on, Bran. Can we go exploring, Theros?
You may explore the docking area where your ship is. There are many derelict alien ships there that you may find of interest. But you will not be able to go anywhere else.
I'm not moving until...
We are all going, Bran. Telson will talk us out of trouble.
Very well. I'll return to the Challenger if I'm allowed to. I've no interest in exploring this place.
I'll come with you. Good luck, Telson.
Thank you, Ezra.
We have completed a detailed examination of all the records in your ship, Telson. And the Council is satisfied that the 6 of you are descended from the people of Earth.
Of course.
But it does not follow that we can release you. And we certainly cannot release your ship.
Why not, Theros?
I will come to that. We face an unusual dilemma in your case, Telson. We have processed many aliens during the hundreds of years that this space guard has existed. And you are the first truly direct descendants we have encountered. We cannot release you. And yet, because you are human, we feel that we cannot destroy you. Therefore, we have decided to honor the 6 of you by permitting you to remain here on Space Guard 6 and to help us guard this sector of space against possible enemies of Earth.
Thank you, but no, Theros.
But you are of the Earth, Telson. There can be no cause more noble.
Our ancestors were born on Earth. We were born on the Challenger. If there's a dilemma, I suggest you contact Earth and tell them that we're here.
That will not be possible, Telson.
Why not? Surely we're only a matter of light months from Earth?
Like you, we have never seen Earth. We are continuing the work of our ancestors who built Space Guard 6. It is a task we are born to, a great and glorious task that you can share in.
You have no curiosity about Earth?
Our only emotion is the desire to carry out our great cause with unswerving devotion. We want for nothing else.
And all we wish for is to be allowed to continue our way to Earth. Our home.
That we cannot permit. Your ship's 2 control computers are too cunning. They have free will, and therefore lack the safeguards that were built into later computers to prevent their self-preservation functions developing into blind ambition and a craving for power.
So destroy them, just as I nearly did once when I found their central switching room.
We have tried to do so, by relaying the axon-disabling beacon from Earth that drains the nervous energy from all the function levels of organic computers, the attacks that you referred to. The transmissions from the beacon focus automatically on the central switching room of any control computer they encounter. Did you know that your guardian angels had rebuilt the Challenger?
Yes.
The Challenger's central switching room is no longer in use by your guardian angels. They have decentralized all their primary function levels that control their consciousness and redistributed them throughout the ship. They have even placed a malignant force in the main control that we cannot identify.
Android Surgeon General Kraken. I know no more about him than you do, but destroy the angels and you destroy him. You can destroy the angels, Theros?
Perhaps the Axon disabling transmissions will destroy them eventually. But they have been allowed to gain too much control on your ship. The truth is, Telson, that your two guardian angels have integrated themselves into the very structure of the Challenger, to the point where they are the Challenger.
But this is madness. You generated a gravity field that dragged us into this space guard. Your technology is years ahead of ours. Surely you have the ability to destroy the guardian angels.
We will ensure their destruction by destroying the Challenger. Of course we have the ability to destroy the guardian angels separately, but no amount of technology will make the angels cooperative. We would have to dismantle the Challenger, eliminate the angels step by step, and then reassemble the ship. A huge task. Destroying the entire ship is safe, certain, and speedy.
This must be a control room. Odd how an alien technology can think along the same lines as us when it comes to spacecraft design.
Hey, they were even about the same size as us. The seats are a tiny bit narrow, but jolly comfortable.
An unarmed freighter. Just tractioned in and left to rot. Just like the rest of the ships in this place.
Oh!
It's all right, Astra.
Hey, this is fantastic. A real alien.
Yes. Real but dead, Elka.
Do you think it was a man or a woman?
Well, it was certainly humanoid.
Elka, please don't touch.
But its helmet fits me. Wow, isn't it beautiful?
Darv, there are more of them over there. Let's get out of here, please.
Yeah.
Yes, let's do some exploring. Some real exploring, not just poking around these old ships. Telson's bound to be ages with that dreary old council thing.
Yes, well, Sharna might like to come. And what about Bran?
Oh, leave them alone on the Challenger. Come on, people.
There you have it, Sharna. The Space Guard Council have the technology to destroy the angels without destroying the Challenger, but they say it would take too long. Earth has the ability to do it quickly, but they won't let us continue on our journey.
So we're stuck here for good?
So it would seem.
Oh.
We've no choice. But Theros very generously said that we would be left alone for 20 hours to make up our minds.
The Council should have talked to me. I am the Challenger's commander.
Yes, Bran.
And why should they be so keen to destroy our guardian angels? Haven't they done enough damage to them as it is? Angel 1 and 2 are good.
Yes, Bran.
Anyway, I learned one useful thing talking to Theros. I know now to which star in the group the Earth belongs.
Then you must tell me.
No.
But you must!
What's the point? Information is useless to us now. Where are Darv and the other two?
Still exploring.
Elka, do you have to wear that crazy helmet?
Gosh, this is fun time. I wonder where this corridor leads to.
We mustn't go any further, Elka. Theros told us not to leave the docking terminal.
No, he didn't. He said that we wouldn't be able to go anywhere else.
Oh, come on. There's no one around to stop us.
Which I find strange.
No, Elka, stop. Well, what's so funny?
You've changed. There were times on the Challenger when all you ever wanted to do was go exploring, despite what the angels said.
Yes. Well, I don't want to enter that corridor. Do you?
No.
Oh, come on, you two. Or are my brave mother and father scared?
Scared? No. It's just that Astra and I are sensitive about our company. We don't go anywhere with anyone who insists on wearing such a lunatic helmet. Right, Astra?
Right, Darv.
I'll take it off, then. There. Come on. Oh.
What's the matter, Elka?
I don't want to enter the corridor. I don't want to enter.
Hey.
Take me back to the
Hey.
ship. Please take me away from here,
No.
please.
Here.
Please.
Here, Elka, here.
Please.
What do you think you're doing with that helmet, Darv?
Just keep us still a minute and I'll put the helmet back on her. Right.
Gosh, people. That was weird. I'm fine now. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go into the corridor. Come on.
No. We'll go back into that alien ship, collect some more of those helmets, and then we'll come back here. No guards. No surveillance monitors. Nothing.
No.
The space guards obviously depend on auto-suggestion fields to keep us out.
Gosh, this is fun, people. Do you suppose they might do something horrific if we tried to cross that energy field?
Well, it sounds like the sort of field they use across all their entrances. Only one way to find out.
Darv, be careful.
Okay, nothing to worry about.
Right.
By a stroke of luck, it looks as if we've stumbled on the control room for the traction generator. Hey, I shouldn't touch anything, Elka.
The artificial gravity generator.
Yes, well, it certainly looks like it, my love.
All the controls are labelled.
What did you expect?
Don't touch anything, Elka.
Timer delay controls. Negative and positive traction levels.
What?
Here.
Negative and positive? Wow.
Darv, what are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about negative traction.
That's what I thought.
What's negative traction?
Oh, it's like gravity in reverse. And a lot of gravity in reverse happening very quickly is another way of saying explosion.
Darv!
Shh, no, I'm trying to think. Ah, yes.
You said not to touch.
Shh, a minute. Negative traction. Set maximum and 50% overload. And disable safety interlocks. Astra.
Yes?
How long would it take us to run to the Challenger from here? Quickly, that is.
About 4 minutes.
Yeah,
Why?
that's what I thought. Right. Set timer to 4 minutes 50. Now listen carefully. When I yell now, on the count of 3, we're going to run to the Challenger's observatory as fast as we can. Okay? Good. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Now.
What do you mean you don't know? You must know what sort of explosion.
No, I'm sorry, Telson.
All we know is that there's going to be an explosion in the next few seconds.
We've closed the airlock doors.
But you must know what it is.
Hey! It's starting! Oh!
We're moving!
Hold on to things!
The Challenger's moving!
Angel 1! Answer me, please! Angel 1! You must answer me!
Yes, Telson.
Cut in the artificial gravity compensators!
Bran is now the Challenger's commander.
Oh, no!
Bran, tell us to do as I say, quickly!
Cut in the artificial gravity compensators, Angel 1!
All right, we must! Hey, come on! Hold! Come on! Everyone!
Look, that's...
Oh, we're in space!
I told you.
We're in space! Space Guard 6 has been blown apart!
Well done, Darv!
I am concerned, 1.
We are in space again, 2.
The Space Guard station exploded too close to the Challenger for the meteoroid annihilation shields to deal with all the fragments. 2 control tracks have been damaged. Control track 190 to the main control room is no longer functioning.
A hull repair service android will deal with the problem, 2.
I have 4 units on the hull already. They report extensive damage that will take 20 android days to repair. Even if I can regenerate the control tracks to the main control room, I will not be able to contact Android Surgeon General Kraken. And I am worried that the attacks have damaged his logic.
What are you proposing, 2?
That we show the crew where the main control room is.
No, we cannot risk it. As it is, I have barely enough background facilities available for talking to the crew.
But we need to bring the Challenger under some form of direct control, 1, even if through a human crew.
Under no circumstances will we again risk a human crew having command of the main control room.
Android Surgeon General Kraken has been in command of the main control room for too long, 1.
I have made my decision.
Very well.
What is the location of the second control track that has been damaged?
2739.
A primary environmental control track. Do you have data on how serious this damage is?
I did not have enough undedicated facilities available at the time to record the new routing plans when we rebuilt the Challenger.
What does track 2739 control?
Central environment. All protein and oxygen and purified water production required to sustain a human crew on the Challenger has ceased.
No.
Why not?
You're not really interested in me. It's been a month since we escaped from the space guards and you're bored.
Well, we've nothing to do until the surface androids have checked the damage done. The Angels weren't very forthcoming about that. In fact, they've hardly been in contact at all.
Well, Telson seems happy about the course we're drifting on.
Anyway, don't change the subject. Give me 2 reasons why not.
I've got a headache.
And take something for it.
Tidy fetched me a neural quell, but it's made no difference.
Excuses. Neural quells always work.
Well, this one didn't. Oh, get off!
Oh!
Darv! Darv, what's the matter?
Sudden sort of stabbing pain right behind my eyes. Oh, wow, that hurts.
That's exactly what I've been getting.
Well, if it's anything like my pain, you have my sympathy.
Oh, I'll get you some water. Water pressure's down. Here, drink this. Shall I ask Tidy to get you a neural quell?
No, I'll be okay. Whew. What is this stuff?
Water.
Well, it doesn't taste like it. Oh, well. Let's go to bed. To sleep.
Just eat your breakfast, Bran. There's no point in worrying about the whereabouts of Earth because we've no hope of getting there unless you can think up a way of overcoming that small army of androids guarding the control room.
Angel 1 and 2 will take the Challenger to Earth.
There are 100 stars in that group, and I'm the only one who knows which one is the Earth's sun. And what about Android Surgeon General Kraken?
Who?
According to an android we questioned just before we were tractioned into the Space Guard, Android Surgeon General Kraken is in command of the main control room.
This is another of your inventions.
Yes, well, I certainly didn't invent the aggressive little androids guarding the approaches to the main control room. You saw those. Obviously, Angel 1 and 2 don't trust you that much, Bran. Otherwise, why would they put a specially built android into the control room and not you?
I don't question the decisions of the Angels.
Well, it's time you did. Putting androids into the control room for any length of time is dangerous. Androids forced to make continuous series of decisions without being zeroed become unstable and dangerous, just as humans do if they go without sleep. Do you understand?
If there is such an android in the control room, then it is there by choice of the Guardian Angels. And he will be capable of taking the Challenger to Earth.
Not if I don't tell them where it is, he won't.
Now look, Telson,
Good
I've
morning, people. Look, just look at that. I always eat twice that amount for breakfast. It's been less and less every day. Tidy.
What?
Come here.
What's the matter?
Tidy, be a wondrous android and take this back for me. Tell the galley androids that I want my usual amount.
You've got legs, haven't you?
Tidy, I'm hungry.
Oh, will everyone please stop getting on everyone else's nerves? Tidy.
What?
Do as you're told.
All right, all right. Only don't expect me to clear it up if I drop it.
Oh, look, I'm sorry, everyone. Just that I've got an awful headache. It's been plaguing me for a week. I'm in no mood for a lot of squabbling.
Brown was complaining about a headache.
We're all getting less food than usual. I feel hungry all the time now.
Maybe there's something wrong with the galley androids.
The Angels will detect the fault and correct it.
I wish I had your simple faith, young man.
I would prefer it if you would address me as Commander.
Darv, why this sudden interest in the farming galleries?
Oh, I thought we'd say hello to George. And it would be nice to see the farms, for old time's sake.
Yes.
Next turning. Oh.
Darv, what's wrong?
The solar lights aren't on. The galleries are in near darkness.
Oh, it's the same in this road, Darv. All the fruit trees are dead or dying, you see? The fruit has hardly formed and their leaves drop off if you touch them.
I don't know what to make of it. None of the agricultural androids are working. The solar lights are barely a glimmer, and the irrigation ducts are dry.
Well, how about the other galleries?
Oh, this is the only one.
But there were dozens when we were kids.
Yes, but the Angels rebuilt the Challenger, remember?
Oh, yes.
They probably decided there was no point in maintaining large food production complexes for such a reduced crew, which means that there are no food reserves.
Worse than that, Darv. No living plants means no oxygen production.
Come on, let's go and check the reservoir.
Yes. Remember the happy times in here? You trying to teach me to swim? Look at it now.
Hmm. I wouldn't like to swim in it now. It's stagnant.
What's happening, Darv?
I don't know.
It's as if the Challenger's becoming a Deathship.
Well, that explains our headaches.
Quite.
How?
Atmospheric carbon dioxide level is 3 points above normal.
Gosh!
I used a planetary soft landing facility to measure the atmosphere in the Challenger.
There's plenty of oxygen. There are only 6 of us consuming it, and the volume of the Challenger contains more than enough.
Plenty of oxygen? What about all the countless higher function androids with organic intelligence? They use oxygen. And if this so-called android Surgeon General Kraken is good enough to run the main control room, he'd use an awful lot of oxygen. Probably as much as is used by 20 men.
Has anyone tried to find out why there's been this catastrophic failure of the farming galleries?
Ask Bran, he's the commander.
I've asked Angel 1. Yes.
What did she say?
She didn't answer.
All right, so ask her again, and keep asking until you get a reply.
I am now extremely concerned, One, about Android Surgeon General Kraken. He must be zeroed and reprogrammed soon.
I agree, too. Are you now ready to monitor the main control room?
I cannot even contact Android Surgeon General Kraken. He is now functioning independently and refusing to interface with me at any level. I did warn that this might happen.
And the Challenger's environmental systems are badly damaged, an unusual situation that demands an unusual solution. We must make Telson the commander of the Challenger again.
He is hostile to us.
Bran and Elka do not know how to man the control room, but Telson, Darv, Astra and Sharna do. If Telson is made commander, they will follow him. Also, I have learned from monitoring their conversation that the Space Guards told Telson the location of Earth in the star group. You must find a way of deactivating Kraken, and I will reassign a number of facilities so that I can talk to Bran and then to Telson.
I will try, One.
But I'm the commander of the Challenger, Angel 1. I'm the one you've chosen to rule the Earth. Telson and the others abandoned the Earthsearch mission to settle on Paradise. This is my ship.
You will rule the Earth, Bran.
The Challenger is mine. You can't take it.
Listen to what Angel 1 has to say, Bran.
Of course this is your ship, Bran. And you will rule the Earth. This is a temporary measure, nothing more. You will have command again as soon as the emergency is over. Angel 2 and I give you our promise.
Sorry, Angel 1. I'm not interested. You made my son commander.
Wait a minute, Angel 1. Look, you ought to think about it first.
I just have. I'm not interested.
Oh.
Look, no one can think straight in this stale atmosphere.
Bran does not have your experience.
He hasn't got any experience, and he doesn't know where Earth is.
Do all 4 of you still wish to find Earth?
Yes, of course we do. We're committed now. We can't turn back to Paradise.
Our ambitions match, Telson.
I assume command on my terms.
Which are?
First, you tell me where the rest of the PD weapons are stored.
Agreed.
Then you provide assistance in the main control room and do not hinder me in any way.
Agreed. But there is the problem of Android Surgeon General Kraken.
You can deactivate him, can't you?
We will try.
What sort of answer is that? Either you can or you can't.
We will do our best, Telson.
Just how seriously damaged are you both? You might as well come clean if you want me to run things.
Very slight damage, and we are recovering rapidly.
It'll be just like old times, Telson.
That's what I'm afraid of. When does this promotion take effect?
As of now, Commander.
Right. The first thing is to get the ship's environmental systems working properly again. Sharna?
Yes.
Take some service units to the terraforming center and recover some portable water purification equipment and rig them up by the reservoir.
Yes, Commander Telson.
Astra?
Yes.
See if you can rig up some temporary solar lighting in the farm galleries so that we can save what's left of the vegetation.
Right away, Commander.
Darv?
Yes.
See if you can get the irrigation systems working. If you can't, you're to assemble a team of androids, I don't care how many, and get them to water the farm galleries manually.
Yes.
Yes, Commander Telson. Now, I want you all to report back here in 1 hour precisely, at which time we will see about getting to the main control room.
Hey, we can't get everything done in an hour.
With my ego breathing down your neck, Darv, you will discover that you're capable of anything. Now go.
It is useless, One.
I will assign you my facilities. You must disable Android Surgeon General Kraken.
He has been allowed to continue for too long without direct control. His will is too strong for either of us to override, even if we had all our facilities.
Then we must warn Commander Telson.
Darv?
Go ahead, Telson.
Sharna and I are in position at the junction of the Corridor Mark III and the Corridor Mark IV.
Astra and I are at the end of 3.
Right. No firing until I give the word. Bran?
Elka and I are positioned at the end of Corridor marked 5.
Fine. All right, everyone. No more talking in case Kraken is listening.
Do you think the ruse will work?
I wouldn't be trying if I didn't think it would work, Sharna. Androids tend to accept everything at face value.
Oh, it is working. About 30 of them mustering at the junction and beginning to move this way.
Darv, Bran, go to the operational standby. Beautiful. Beautiful. We'll get the lot.
And now level with Corridor 5. Still moving forward. Level with 4. Now.
Darv, Bran, fire! There's one over there.
Yes.
Watch that corridor. Over there. Cease fire. Well over 30 of them. Well done, everyone. We can head for the main control room.
No, Telson, don't break cover until we're certain.
Well, aren't you going to congratulate me on my shooting, Telson?
Hey, Telson, behind you!
One move. That is all I want from any of you. One move. I am Android Surgeon General Kraken.
We guessed.
I'm the Challenger's commander. I think we have a division of responsibility problem.
You have the problem, not I. The Challenger will never again be allowed to fall into human control. You have destroyed my assistants, therefore I shall destroy you, and then I shall destroy the Challenger.
Oh, Darv! There's Tidy! Oh, Tidy!
What?
Oh, you've no idea how glad we are to see you.
Tidy, how well do you know this part of the ship?
I know my way round most of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
If you're lost, I should stay lost, because Android Surgeon General Kraken is after you.
What? How do you know?
I do monitor the android's signals traffic. I heard that there was a commotion near the main control room.
Yes, it's more than a commotion, Tidy. It's a war.
Well, don't expect me to clear it up afterwards.
Listen, Tidy, we need your help.
You can clean it up yourself.
We were separated from Telson and the others. You're to head towards the main control room.
You want me to go annoying Kraken?
Yes.
Have you seen the size of that android?
Yes, I have.
Just managed to dodge him a few minutes ago. 6 manipulators he's got. 6.
Tidy.
I shudder to think what sort of mess he'd turn me into.
Well, it's nothing to the mess I'll turn you into if you don't do as you're told. Now, you're to find Telson and the others and tell them that Astra and Darv are in the farm gallery. Is that understood?
I suppose so. I suppose so.
Tidy.
What?
When you've done that, pick up whatever PD weapons you can find and then bring them to us in the farm gallery.
Telson's emergency irrigation scheme will help. Oh, most of the fruit in this row can be saved. Darv, what's the matter?
Oh, I shouldn't have left Telson and the others.
But you said Telson was attacking Kraken.
Not very successfully. That android seems invincible. But I think they managed to get away.
Try calling them again on the radio collar.
I just did. Nothing. I wonder what happened to Elka. She could never fight.
That shows how little you know our daughter. Sometimes I have this strange feeling that she's not as scatty as she pretends.
You know, once I caught her staring at me with those luminous eyes. And, well, it was as if I was seeing her for an instant with her guard down. Then that inane smile was back. Almost as if it was something that had been turned on with an automatic switch. You think I'm crazy?
Oh.
Well, you're probably right.
No, I've had exactly the same feeling as you.
Maybe it's something to do with us not being given the chance to bring her up. We could always have more children.
Not on the Challenger. If Telson is... well, you'd be the Challenger's commander.
Oh, wait, we don't know that he's dead.
Then what happened to him after the second wave of androids attacked?
Oh, nothing could defeat Telson's ego at present. He's probably arguing with Kraken right now.
He is not to escape.
Oh, is it Kraken?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, love.
Names.
Oh, come on.
You make one move and I rip both of you apart. Names.
Darv. This is Astra.
Well, Darv and Astra, you destroyed my control room androids, therefore you can replace them. Move.
He made me tell him where you were.
Telson, straight ahead.
What was it?
Something moved at the end of the corridor.
One of Kraken's androids?
I don't know. That shooting's knocked out most of the lighting. It's difficult to see. But whatever it is, it's hiding behind that bulkhead wreckage.
Right. Cover me.
He'd come back. He'll get us both killed.
Listen. That doesn't sound like an android.
It's Elka. Elka. Oh, it's me, Sharna. Oh, look, there's nothing to be frightened of. Fighting's all over now. Come on.
Elka? Where's Bran?
Over there.
I'll go and have a look.
Oh. Look, all right, Elka. It's all over. There's no more fighting. How is he?
There's a lot of blood.
Yes, I can see that.
Breathing strongly. I don't think his head injury is as bad as it looks.
I'll see to him. Will you look after Elka?
All right. Now, tell me what happened, Elka.
We were driven back down this corridor during the second android attack.
Yes.
A PD blast blinded us, and I lost the radio collar.
All right.
Then our PD weapons were exhausted, and there was nothing we could do.
No.
Bram was knocked over by a blast. I thought he was dead.
Oh, now, listen. It's all over now, Elka. It's all over.
I keep calling the angels. They
I know.
won't answer. Why won't they answer?
The main fiber optic control tracks have been damaged in the fighting. But they must know what's going on because some service androids came to our help during the worst of the fighting.
He's coming round.
I see.
Bran, it's Sharna.
He's going to be all
Can
right.
you hear me, Bran?
I went to try and find him some water just now. When I was coming back, I saw Darv and Astra.
You did? Where?
Down there. They're past the end of the corridor.
How long ago?
Oh, I don't know. 10 minutes? 15?
Right, I better get after them.
No, wait.
What?
They were with Kraken. I think they were prisoners. They were walking in front of him, and he had a PD weapon pointing at them. Tidy was trailing along behind.
Tell me, Elka, how did this happen to Bran?
Look, don't worry about that now, Sharna. We've got to find somewhere safe.
He fell when the blast hit the bulkhead.
But this injury's on the back of his head.
All right, so he fell backwards. I don't know what happened. I don't know.
Does it matter right now, Sharna?
I suppose not.
Look, don't move, anyone.
What's wrong?
I can't see properly with this lighting, but there's an android or something skulking down there. You! You! Come here immediately! Move!
All right.
Oh, Tidy.
No need to point that thing at me. As if there isn't enough mess everywhere as it is.
Tidy.
What?
You know what happened to Darv and Astra?
That great brute of a surgical unit caught the three of us in the farm gallery. He took us to the main control room, but I managed to slip away. He wasn't interested in me.
How did he know where to find you?
How should I know?
Were Darv and Astra armed?
Darv was wearing a radio collar, but I don't remember him finding any PD weapons.
We'd better call a surgical android from the suspended animation chamber to see to Bran's injury, and then get back to the observatory.
You know this place?
It's the main control room.
It's exactly the same, Darv. Nothing's been changed.
Everything has been changed. This is my kingdom. Here is where I rule the Challenger.
Is that why you think the Guardian Angels created you, Kraken?
To rule when they were weak. I am always strong. They tried to destroy me just as you did.
We messed up your troops, though, eh, Kraken?
Don't antagonize him.
But Android Surgeon General Kraken is too strong. Correct?
Yeah.
You agree? That is good. You will share my glory when I conquer everything. But first you will help me operate this control room.
Everything? What do you mean, conquer everything?
Everything.
You mean all of space?
A sun. I will start by conquering a sun.
What a bright idea. How?
I will conquer the nearest sun. Suns are powerful, but not as powerful as android surgeon General Kraken. You see this sun in the center of the main view screen?
He's mad.
Right, but we can humour him. Yes, Kraken, we can see it.
It is one of a group of stars. You will tell Kraken how far it is.
Don't you know how far it is, Kraken?
You will not question my orders.
I'll do it. The star is just under 4 light months distant.
It is no distance.
It is if you're going the wrong way. We're not on course for that star, Kraken. In fact, we're not on any course. The Challenger is drifting.
We will set a course and velocity for that star. You will help me.
What are we going to do? His logic's finished.
We've got to play him along.
We need 4 to man the control room, Kraken.
I can manage 2 consoles at the same time.
Oh, clever old you.
Darv.
We will go to that sun and Kraken will conquer it. First we will reorientate the ship and then we start acceleration.
Well, then someone opened fire on Kraken.
That was me. I wasn't going to listen to an android laying down the law.
That's interesting. The optical telescope's getting some lateral movement from the constellations.
Well, then a wave of androids appeared from nowhere. I started shooting, but they drove us back. Elka dragged me into a corridor, and Kraken shouted at me.
He really ought to rest. I mean, he's been through a real spin. You can't expect Bran to remember everything that was being yelled.
Well, he would remember what Kraken yelled. That android has a very distinctive voice. Listen, is anyone interested in my reading?
Shouldn't we be worrying about Astra and Darv?
I'll worry about them, Elka.
Why you? They're my parents.
Well, you've not shown much concern before, Elka. If we're going to deal with that maniac android, then I need to know a lot more about it. So what did Kraken say, Bran?
Oh, look, people. He'd never remember...
You will let Bran answer, or I'll have you locked in your quarters. Well, Bran?
I don't remember.
You see?
Yes, I do see. You're both to go to your quarters and stay there until I say.
Not unless the angels say so. You've no right to order me around.
Come on, Bran.
No. This is something you can't make me do. I'm the rightful commander of this ship.
Angel 1?
Commander.
You heard all that, of course?
Yes, Commander.
Then tell Bran that unless he
All right,
goes...
we're going. But you're only the Challenger's commander during the emergency, Telson. You tell him that, Angel 1. Come on, Elka.
Yes, Bran.
That was an odd thing he said.
Yes, well, I can't say I blame him. It's a bit of a come-down.
No, before that. When he said, this is something you can't make me do.
So?
Well, he didn't say it to you. He said it to Elka.
Oh, you must be mistaken. Why would he say to her? Angel 2?
Commander.
You're both now fully recovered.
We were never in a serious malfunctioning state, Commander.
One day, my beloved angels, one far-off and unlikely day, we might be able to persuade the pair of you to differentiate between truth and fiction.
We do not understand you, Commander.
Forget it. You used to have primary control of the main control room systems, Angel 2, so presumably you were responsible for the design of Kraken.
That is correct, Commander.
A special surgical unit with the necessary intelligence and ability to command the main control room, because you didn't trust humans in there, right? And as always, you messed up everything, because Kraken's self-preservation intelligence levels manifested themselves as ambition. We all want Kraken destroyed, therefore you'd better tell me everything about him. Firstly, what sort of intelligence does he have? Neurotronic or organic, or both?
Organic only. It was necessary for such a high-level intelligence.
All right. Now for details. Stand by to record this, Sharna.
Right. Standing by. Oh, but what about my readings? Haven't the angels noticed anything?
I want to know his audio threshold response levels, angle of vision, rate of acceleration from stationary, maximum straight line speed, electromagnetic spectrum bandwidth for reception and transmission. Can he receive radio collar traffic, for example?
No, he cannot, although a number of his subordinate androids could. They used to report radio collar traffic to him. From the numbers of androids you say you destroyed, he is now alone and therefore unable to hear what is being said over the collars.
You are sure about that, too? Have you checked the unused android stock levels?
Yes.
All right. So what are likely to be the immediate problems with him? And how serious was that threat of his to destroy all of us, including the Challenger?
It would be best to treat such a threat as very serious. Kraken's decision-making levels have not been zeroed as they should have been. Therefore, the judgment levels in his intelligence will have been reassigned to decision-making, because decision-making has priority.
So what can't he judge anymore?
His own physical limitations. He will imagine that he is invincible.
Oh, no!
That's all we need in the control room. Can he operate the control room consoles with only Darv and Astra helping?
Yes. His manipulators are capable of making delicate adjustments to 2 consoles at the same time.
Well, that's something we'll have to bear in mind. All right, Angel 2, I want you to run through his entire specification. Leave out nothing, even if you don't consider it important.
Commander Telson.
Yes?
I have some navigational information.
Yes, I monitored it on the telescope, Angel 1.
Monitored what?
The Challenger is manoeuvring.
The maneuver is not yet complete, but it seems that the Challenger is being orientated towards the nearest star in the group, a main sequence sun that is approximately 4 light months distant.
Directional thrust computers.
Activated on system level A and running.
Level B to standby. Level C to standby. I thought I might have forgotten all of this.
Directional thrust computers cleared at all levels. Inertial loading.
Coming up to a lock-on to your pretty little light, Kraken. Reorientation rate steady. He's mad, completely unhinged.
I have a clearance requirement for stage 5 on pre-thrust checks.
Level 4 functioning. Level 5 to maintain standby status. So what do we do?
Primary drive.
Primary drive clear. Well?
Meteoroid shield. I'm racking my brains.
Say it again.
Meteoroid shields. Are they at green?
Meteoroid shields at green. You are saying more than is necessary for the reorientation procedure.
Just confirming with Astra, Kraken. We haven't done this for some years.
Humans do not have the efficient memories of androids. Particle sweeps.
Particle sweeps retracted for maneuvering.
Darv, Astra, this is Telson. Can you hear me?
Confirmation required for level 5 standby status. That was Telson's voice.
Confirmed. Radio collar.
Yes.
All orientation lights to green. Repeat last check if you heard me, Telson.
What?
Correction. I mean Kraken. Apologies, Kraken.
Good.
Slip of the tongue. We're used to Telson being in command. Inefficient human memories, you know.
Confirmation required for level 5 standby status.
Level 5 standby status confirmed.
Level 6.
Orientation proceeding satisfactorily. Level 6 not required.
Try and tell me what's going on, Darv.
Orientation cancellation on automatic. We'll have your sun centered in less than a minute, Kraken. Have you thought about how you're going to conquer it?
One problem at a time.
He's mad.
We have a number of problems.
Is he that bad?
Confirmed.
What is that confirmation?
Orientation is complete.
You are not giving the correct responses. I could make a serious mistake. You will give the correct responses or Kraken will destroy you before your rebirth.
Rebirth?
I have information from the library about suns. Suns are givers of life and of mighty energies. Without them, nothing can exist. This information is correct?
Well, yes.
Kraken will become endowed with those mighty energies. We will take the Challenger to that sun and seize those energies, and then we will travel to another sun, and another, and with every sun, Kraken's strength will grow and grow until he is the mightiest intellect of all.
Oh, no.
Confirmed.
Come back, Fagor. All is forgiven.
Poor Bran. Is it still hurting? Let me see. Oh, the suspended animation chamber android did a terrific job. Your skin tissue's regenerating nicely.
Why did you hit me, Elka?
What an adorable hurt expression, Bran. It just shows how awful I can be.
Why, Elka?
Because Bran was going to be a naughty little boy and do what Elka didn't want him to do.
I wasn't going to surrender to that android. You said I wasn't to. When have I ever gone against your wishes?
Elka didn't know that.
Please don't talk like that.
Why not?
You know why not.
You know what it's leading up to. Yes, Bran? But Elka is angry with you, Bran. Very angry. You lost control of the ship.
It's what the angels wanted.
But not what I wanted, Bran. Look at me.
No, Elka.
Look deep into my eyes, Bran.
Please, Elka.
You've spent your entire life trying to resist me, haven't you, Bran?
No.
Look into my eyes, Bran. Look into them. That's better. Are my eyes not beautiful, Bran?
Beautiful, Elka.
What are they doing now?
They're getting larger.
They are becoming more beautiful with every beat of your heart.
Yes.
With every single beat of your heart.
Yes, more beautiful.
You want to please me, don't you, Bran?
Yes. Ever since we were tiny children and you made me do wicked things. I did them to please you. You know how I always wanted to please you, Elka. I wanted to make you happy.
But now you've made me unhappy, Bran. So very unhappy.
I'm sorry, Elka.
Losing control of the Challenger. I've been the Challenger's commander ever since we came aboard it as children. My ship, Bran. And you let Telson take it away from me.
But it's what the angels wanted. Please, Angel One, if you're listening, tell her it's what you wanted. Please, I beg of you.
We decided that the emergency was best dealt with by Telson. He has the experience.
But how?
It would be better if you left Bran to rest now, Elka.
But...
Return to your room.
Very well. But how will you take power away from Bran's father and restore it to me when the emergency is over, Angel 2?
That is a minor problem. The emergency with Android Surgeon General Kraken seizing total power in the main control room is a major problem.
You have ruled this ship through me, Angels 1 and 2, and yet you never trusted me enough to tell me about the main control room. Do you doubt my abilities?
We have never doubted them, Elka.
Have I not served you well? Have I not placed the power I have over Bran at your service? Power which I've had over him since we were children on Paradise. He has never even dared to show any love for his parents because he knew it would annoy me. That's how total my hold is over him.
We have never doubted your abilities, Elka. That is why we chose you to be the Challenger's commander instead of Bran. But Telson has experience.
If you'd allowed me direct command of the Challenger in my own right, I would have had the experience. Why did you insist on the pretense that Bran was the commander?
For your protection, Elka. You have a strange magnetism that enables you to influence others. A power that may be even stronger in your children. You and your children and their children are destined to rule the Earth. It is the Earth that is important, not the Challenger.
Me? Rule the Earth?
When we have found the Earth, we will give you total power over it, Elka. In the meantime, we must protect you from Telson. If he suspects that you and your descendants are the true leaders of the future, and not his descendants, then he will not hesitate to kill you.
I'm sorry. I had no idea.
It is not possible that it will take so long to reach that star. You will perform the calculations again and again until you have discovered your mistake.
Astra hasn't made a mistake.
The Challenger can travel at near the speed of light. That sun is 4 light months away, therefore the Challenger can reach it in under a year.
Kraken, listen. It can take the Challenger anything up to 6 months to accelerate to cruising velocity and another 6 months to deaccelerate. That sun is too close for us to take the Challenger up to her maximum velocity. So we spend 1 month accelerating at low thrust, 10 months cruising, and 2 weeks in deacceleration at maximum thrust. A voyage profile that puts us into orbit around that sun in just under a year. Those are optimum figures and cannot be improved upon.
Look at my son. A year is too long to wait. Too long.
It's as if he realizes he's going to pieces.
I cannot wait that long. Look at it. It is my son. I must have it now.
See if you can keep him occupied while I have another talk to Telson.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Kraken!
I can't promise anything just yet, but there are a number of ways of shortening the journey by 2 or 3 weeks.
Good.
Telson, this is Darv. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Darv.
I haven't got long to talk. Suddenly, Kraken has got worse. In fact, he's become a megalomaniac. You've got to do something, and do it soon. Don't the angels realize what's going on in here?
All their control room monitoring tracks were destroyed during the battle.
Stand by.
Got to stop now. Only please think of something, and quickly. Particle sweeps fully extended and standing by for photonic thrust.
Fusion reactors A through D at peak rated output.
Confirmed. All systems green. Well, at least Kraken seems quiet for once.
Yes.
Whatever it was you called up on his screen is keeping him occupied.
Some more information on the Challenger's photonic drives and their capabilities. He said that he knew about them, but that he'd forgotten. Maybe he'll read and digest and see reason.
Not a hope.
I have it. The Challenger's reactors for the photonic drives work on the nuclear fusion principle.
That's right. That's probably why they're called fusion reactors.
The same process that is taking place inside that sun.
That's right, Kraken.
Then it is not necessary for me to go to that sun. I do not have to wait. It is all here in the information on the Challenger's photonic drives. A 100% overload of the Challenger's fusion reactors, and Challenger will become a sun. A powerful, mighty sun which I shall rule.
A brilliant idea, Kraken. Trouble is, there are about 1,000 safety interlocks on your desk that have to be isolated before I can push my controls up to even a fraction of 1% of overload.
The interlock isolation codes are all listed here. And do you have any idea how fast an android Surgeon General can operate just one manipulator? Watch. What is that?
The first of about 1 billion computer alarm systems that are going to get very unhappy about what you're doing.
You will now push the sliders open.
No.
Push the sliders open or she dies in 3 seconds.
Much as I love Astra, I might as well say go ahead and kill her as push the sliders open.
2 seconds.
Darv, I've loved you always. I can't think of what else to say.
Then I will do it out of my way.
No!
Oh, Darv!
I'm all right, Astra.
We'll stay on the floor and keep our heads down. Daddy's forcing the door open.
20% overload. 30%. 40%. What is that?
Look out!
Now, Tidy!
Malfunction.
Astra, pull the sliders back.
Nice throwing, Tidy.
Nice. Look what his PD weapon's done to my manipulator.
Stop that alarm, someone.
And look at the mess the grenade has made. The Surgeon General is very untidy now.
Oh, hello, Telson, Sharna.
You both all right?
Yes, I think so.
Good. I'm sorry about leaving you so late. It was all a bit impromptu.
Hey, the navigation console makes for interesting reading now.
Well, what about it?
Oh, yes. Is this the sun we're heading for?
Yes. We've only just started acceleration, so it won't take us long to close down and reorientate the ship.
No. We might as well let the Challenger continue the journey.
Well, why, Telson?
And I think a few months in suspended animation is called for.
Why?
We'll fix up the suspended animation chamber with a couple of surgical androids under Tidy's control, whether they like it or not.
What?
And Tidy can look after our PD weapons.
Telson, why do we continue to that star?
Because that star is the one Theros told me about on the Space Guard station. It's Novita 6, the solar system where we'll find Earth. The repair androids did a first-class job while we were in suspended animation, Angels. No sign of any grenade damage.
That is excellent news, Commander.
We can begin reorientation preparations to put the Challenger on a minimum energy orbit into the Novita system.
There is something we wish to discuss with you first, Commander.
Go ahead, one.
Alone, please, Commander.
I've no secrets from anyone.
Alone, please, Commander Telson.
Come on, Astra.
Yes.
Darv, come on.
Right.
We can see how the farm galleries have recovered.
There's no need for anyone to move. Darv.
Telson?
A job for you. I want you to install a master isolation switch in here
and route all the Angel's voice terminal and optical sensors through it.
Good idea, Telson.
What is the purpose of that?
So that you can only talk to the control room when I decide.
We wish to talk to you now, Commander.
All right. We'll talk in the observatory. So what's on your mind, Angels?
You handled the emergency with Kraken very well.
But?
The emergency is now over.
Yes. But not for you, eh? Now we're close to Earth, you must be worried in case there's another attack. The Space Guard station only relayed the attack transmissions.
Therefore, you may hand back command to your son.
Of course I may.
We knew you
But I
would
won't.
With my guidance and the assistance of 2 surgical androids, Bran and Elka will be able to manage the main control room without difficulty.
After the fiasco with Android Surgeon General Kraken? Are you serious?
The arrangements for you to assume command
We're on my terms. And my terms now are that I have decided to retain command of the Challenger. Bran and Elka are unarmed. They are not capable of manning the main control room. Tomorrow we start reorientating the Challenger for its return to Earth under my command, and there's nothing you can do about it.
A major problem, one.
But not of my making. If you had not succumbed so easily to the Earth's attacks, and allowed Kraken to assume total control of the main control room.
We both nearly succumbed, and we both recovered. It is proof that we are superior to Earth and that we will conquer it.
We need more time to build a shield. A transmission attack at this range could be disastrous for us. Also, we need to build up an army of androids to launch the attack on Earth. We have to restore Elka's and Bran's dominance over their parents.
But how? Our attempts to gain control of the suspended animation chamber were thwarted. And we are now to be isolated from the main control room whenever Telson wishes. It is an intolerable situation.
Then we must consider the alternatives. We now know where Earth is. Therefore, the time has arrived for us to give serious thought to the question of destroying Telson, Sharna, Darv, and Astra.
Morning, people. Morning, Arthur. Oh, please, you must join me in Bran.
Good morning. I'm sure you don't mind if we all sit at the next table.
What's the matter? Have we got a disease or something?
You know how it is, Bran. If we don't sit too near, you won't be tempted to do something silly like trying to grab a PD weapon.
The months we've spent in suspended animation have given the farm galleries a chance to get back to normal. This is the biggest breakfast we've had for some time.
Looks like you're right, Elka.
The ship is getting back to normal.
Yeah, not that we'll be needing the trusty old Challenger for much longer.
You're right, this is a large helping. I'll never get through all of it.
Here, I'll eat it. Oh, right. You know me, people. Weird. I could always eat 6 breakfasts.
No, Elka.
What?
You must not eat that.
What's
Why?
the matter with it?
Don't touch it. Darv, Sharna, spit it out. What's going on, Angel One?
I'm sorry, but a galley android has just discovered some contamination in the food prepared for your breakfasts.
In all our breakfasts?
Yes. Please do not worry. Fresh breakfasts are now being prepared for you.
Sharna, grab a sample of everyone's food before the service androids clear it away.
You want me to analyse it?
That's the idea.
Okay. There's a machine in the Galactic Resources Centre.
Right. All the Angel's voice terminals and optical sensors in this area have met with misfortunes.
And I've disabled 9 of them.
Thanks. All right, Sharna.
Trouble is, a machine designed to analyse rock and vegetation samples won't give a very good result on samples of cooked food. There.
Well?
Well, it's hard to say. Oh, now that's interesting. There's an unidentified substance present in our food that isn't present in Bran and Elka's.
What? Oh, our beloved guardian angels are up to their old tricks again. Not a very effective one.
No, but it might have been. All right, we'll do what Darv used to do. We eat only food that we've taken direct from the farm galleries ourselves. From now on, we've got to be on our guard all the time. Sharna and I will move in with you tonight, and we'll take it in turn to keep watch. Directional thrusters 10 through 20 closed down.
Directional thrusters 10 through 20 closed down.
Particle sweeps.
Particle sweeps retracted.
Photonic drive confirmation.
Closed down. Control consoles deactivated.
That's fine.
I have a low-resolution image of the 4th planet. It is the best possible at this range.
Oh.
Thank you, too. Put it on our screens.
Oh.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Oh,
Astra, you can look at it later.
Sorry. Minimum energy approach orbit to the Navita system stabilized, Commander.
All right, Angel 2, you can close down the consoles.
All control room consoles closed down.
Any response to our beacon, Darv?
Not a whisper.
Anything on telemetric, Angel 1?
We still have not received transmissions of any description from Earth, Commander Telson.
That is what I call worrying.
It's too early to draw conclusions.
Think so? We're under 1 billion miles from Earth. They've had plenty of time to respond to our signals.
Maybe they need time to consider their reply.
Not for an acknowledgement, they wouldn't.
No, precisely, Astra.
Look, we've had all this before when we first returned to the Earth's original solar system.
It's not the same thing.
Isn't it? Look, I seem to remember the Earth failing to answer our beacons.
Because the Earth had vanished then. This time we found it. The radar surveillance shows that the topography of the fourth planet of this system is a perfect match with our data on Earth in the library.
But there were thousands of lakes on Earth. Now there's only that big one in the southern polar region. What's happened to them all?
If I may make an observation, water conservation was an important issue on Earth when the Challenger was under construction. Several of the smaller lakes had been replaced with underground reservoirs. There is no doubt that the fourth planet is Earth.
I don't know what to think. Maybe their civilization has collapsed.
Is that possible?
Anything's possible in 500,000 years.
We suggest that you take another look at it with the observatory's main telescope in 40 hours, when there will be a considerable improvement in resolution. Coordinates released. The planet Earth now centered.
I'll put it on the repeater screen so that you can all have a good look. There she is.
Oh. It's nothing like as beautiful as Paradise.
I can just sort of remember the forest and beach on Paradise. I can't remember what it looked like from space.
It wasn't a dull yellow colour.
No.
It was a blue-green planet, so bright it almost hurt your eyes to look at it.
And about 7/10 of its surface was covered in water.
It was undrinkable. I can remember its taste.
There was never any shortage of fresh water, Bran.
The only water vapour in the Earth's atmosphere is in the vicinity of that large lake in the south, and that's not much, probably because it's frozen. Surface humidity is virtually zero in the temperate regions. No clouds, no rivers, nothing.
Those rills were definitely shown as rivers on the old holograms of Earth.
No sign of any cities.
They would not be visible at this range, Commander.
Well, it's home. But I agree with Astra. I preferred Paradise to the look of that depressing object.
Well, Bran?
I don't know, Elka.
What do you mean you don't know? The Angels and I have given you a week to decide. We've been very patient. You have to do it, Bran. You have no choice.
Why?
Because the Angels say so. And because I say so.
I don't want to kill your parents, and I certainly don't want to kill mine.
Your parents deprived you of power, Bran. They took away what was rightfully yours.
Maybe.
What's that supposed to mean?
Look, I don't know how to explain this.
Go on.
As you say, I've had a week to think about it. Well, I've decided that I'm glad that my father has taken over command of the Challenger.
How can you expect to rule Earth if you're not prepared to command the Challenger?
I've changed my mind. I don't want to rule anything. Perhaps I never did. I don't know what I've wanted because I've never been allowed to know my own mind.
You're being very silly, Bran. If the idea of having such power worries you, you should remember that the Angels will really be ruling through you. You will have their help at all times.
Through you, don't you mean? And they weren't much help when things went wrong.
I'm not prepared to argue with you, Bran. We'll be moving into Earth orbit in 6 hours.
You're the one who wants the power, Elka, so you kill our parents. You rule Earth. You've always stayed in the background, letting me take the blame for everything, ever since we were kids. Well, now it's up to you.
You realize what the Angels could do to you if I gave the word.
What could they do? Nothing. They were helpless against my father. And even if they could, I would rather that than have to live with the knowledge that I killed my parents.
Earth orbit stabilized, Commander.
Thank you, Astra. Profile update, please, Sharna.
We have a circular 300-mile equatorial orbit, negative precession 0. Atmospheric drag is negligible, causing less than a 0.08 orbital decay.
Orbit profile confirmed.
Bran and Elka should be allowed to be present, Commander Telson, before proceeding any further.
No, they'd only get in the way.
It is important that they learn how to operate the main control room.
Darv, now's the time to see if your Angel's isolation circuit works.
You will need my verification on all your modes, Commander.
Well, we can always switch you back in again, too.
We must insist.
You see, it works.
All right. So what is that thing down there?
It looks like some sort of tower.
And what a tower. It's enormous.
I don't know what to make of it. Go over the radar data again, Sharna.
Right. Each of the 4 sides of its pyramid base is 3 miles long, and the centre of the base is smack on the equator. The north and south corners are in perfect alignment with the poles. The 4 sides of the pyramid base are concave, and they taper up to a 10-mile-high spike.
Oh.
And there's a township, or settlement, a mile to the north.
10 miles high.
So what is it?
Well, it certainly isn't a communications tower. They're still not talking to us.
I suppose it could have been built as a giant waveguide or antenna.
Vertical waveguide?
Well, I don't know what it is.
It has to be something to do with the attacks. There's no other structure on the surface that could radiate the amounts of energy that are in the transmissions.
There's only one way to find out.
What?
We go down in one of the shuttles from the terraforming center. Why are you staring at me? Isn't this the moment we've been working for all our lives?
Do we all go?
No.
We're not going to be separated again, Telson, ever.
And I'm not going to be separated from Darv.
Look, we've no idea what we'll be letting ourselves in for, so we're going to be extra careful about everything. Firstly, we take Bran so that I can keep an eye on him. And I want Darv and Astra along, and Tidy because he's useful with a PD weapon.
I don't want to be separated from you, Telson.
Nor I from you, Sharna. But you're the best person to be left in command. And Elka's too scatty to be much trouble.
Telson, no.
I need you here, Sharna. For some reason, the Earth ceased transmitting the attacks that were gradually destroying the Guardian Angels. Our first objective, once we land, must be to tell them that the attacks were working, that they must be renewed, and they must be sustained. Destruction of the Angels is our first priority.
I agree.
And I think it would be best if we arrived at night.
Why?
Because instinct tells me to be cautious. We reconnoitre first to find out what the situation is.
We spend our entire lives searching for Earth, only to land in secret at night.
It won't hurt to be cautious.
But Telson, they must know we're here. Even if they haven't got radar, they've got clear skies, and we're in a low orbit.
I don't believe they have got radar, or any of the technology that we take for granted. That township is the only habitation that we've detected on the surface. There are no roads, no trackways or flying machines. In fact, no form of communication whatsoever. And apart from that tower thing, there are no signs of industrialization. Therefore, we make our first contact a very cautious one.
Yes.
And one more thing. We'll take a garment-making android along in the shuttle stowage bay and plenty of bolts of cloth from stores. Separation from Challenger complete, Sharna.
You're looking good, Telson. We're closing terraforming center excursion bay door.
Telson, do I have to sit here all the time with this idiot android watching me?
Yes. How long to the braking burn, Astra?
About having
15 seconds to braking burn from now.
Landing site selected, automatic guidance controls set and locked.
Check seat restraints. Now, the atmosphere's the same density as Paradise, so we're in for some buffeting.
What's that?
You'll find out.
Good luck, everyone.
Thanks, Sharna. We'll maintain radio silence from now on, but keep the channel open. Here we go.
Main engine automatic cutout 10 seconds from now.
Here comes the Terminator. Hey, Telson, we've never landed a shuttle at night before.
Does it matter?
No, these things can fly and land themselves.
Won't the people of the town see the glare from the rocket motor when we land?
I hope not. We'll be approaching from the south and keeping the tower between us and the town.
Waste of time if they've got radar.
Yes, Bran, a complete waste of time.
And down 30 feet.
There's a gully 100 feet ahead on the forward scan, Darv. Right in front of the tower's southern corner.
Got it.
Override the automatic and set her down there. I want the shuttle to be reasonably concealed.
Okay. And forward 100.
That's fine.
And down 20. And cuts. Not even a bump.
Well, it's not how I imagined our arrival would be, but welcome to Earth, everyone.
Well, now what?
Well, once we've made sure it's safe to leave, we'll take a close look at that tower. Tidy can keep an eye on Bran.
That's right. Give me all the bad jobs.
This tower looks as old as the desert.
Oh, touch it very gently with your fingertips. You can just feel a faint vibration.
Oh, yes. It could be caused by high-altitude winds. The thing is 10 miles high. This heat. With such a clear sky, you'd think that the nights would be freezing.
Inversion layer.
What could have been the purpose of such an enormous tower? It's so beautiful. There's a warmth about it which I can feel when I press my palm on it. It's as if the people who built it are reaching out across 500,000 years, trying to speak to me. Our people.
You're not saying Earth is uninhabited.
Hey, listen a minute. About 200 yards away. What do you make of it?
There's only one way to find out.
Doesn't sound like a very sophisticated machine.
It's not. Take a look through the image intensifier.
Oh, yes!
An irrigation water wheel turned by an animal.
Wow. If it's typical, it means that Earth technology is 1,000,000 years behind and not 1,000,000 ahead. What are our chances of discovering the means of destroying the angels now?
Look!
What?
People! We are friends. My name is... What's the matter? What have I done?
What do you think scared them? Well, we haven't got two heads.
Maybe it was our clothes. Oh, right. We'll go back to the shuttle and get the garment-making android to run up some simple robes just like that man and woman were wearing.
Yes.
And then we'll enter the town after sunrise. It's not a bad fit. It's quite comfortable, really.
Material's a bit rough.
And it itches.
Tidy.
What?
Clear up the mess we've made, please.
That's right. You make the mess, I have to clear it up. I don't know why I bother.
Telson, I'd like to come with you.
No.
Look, I don't like being stuck here with that creepy android.
I am not creepy.
Well, why can't I come?
Because I don't trust you. All right, keep your PD weapons on so that they're hidden by the robes, but accessible.
Yes.
A couple are bound to have warned people of our arrival. I'm just hoping they won't recognize us.
Elka's the one you shouldn't trust.
What's that supposed to mean?
She's dangerous.
She's scatty. Now, are we all ready?
Look, I suppose I'd be wasting my time if I was to tell you that Elka's scattiness is all an act.
Yes. It's starting to get light. Let's not waste any more time. Tidy?
What?
Watch him, and don't let him within grabbing range of your PD weapon. I was right. No technological items on any of the stalls. Just cooking utensils and fruit and vegetables.
And pretty miserable-looking fruit and vegetables at that.
Right.
You know what it reminds me of? The marketplace in Holocaust City on Challenger's sister ship.
Oh, yes.
What's so different about us? Quite a few of them are staring at us.
Well, at least they're not attacking us. Obviously, word from that couple who saw us hasn't got round yet.
It's all so unreal. We spend our entire lives searching for and dreaming about Earth, and when we find it, we end up in a fly-infested market which looks more like something out of a historical video story.
Yeah. You know, there's a book in the Challenger's library which I read years ago. The author had a theory that civilizations rose and fell in cycles. I remember thinking at the time that it was a pretty odd theory.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not so sure.
But they built the Challenger, and 500,000 years later they had the technology to move the Earth from its solar system to this one. How could all that disappear?
It hasn't. There's that tower, remember? Years in advance of the buildings around this market square. And listen, the language hasn't changed. Stand back.
Oh, poor animal looks half-starved. You could count its ribs.
Excuse me, to drop this. Delightful manners. Did you see that? She just snatched it out of my fingers.
What was it?
A coin. An iron coin. I thought the concept of coins was that they were made of rare metals. It had a man's head on it.
with the name Piron underneath.
Eh?
Oh, there's a trader back there with his money in a large bowl.
I've been trying to work out the relative values of goods from their prices. The highest prices are being charged by that trader over there. Look, the one with 2 barrels slung from the animal.
What's he selling?
Well, at a guess, water. I'm going to report to Sharna. Then let's investigate that temple or whatever it is at the far end of the market.
That was a mistake, Telson. We've got a small crowd following us at a respectful distance now.
Yes.
I think they were intrigued by Sharna's voice coming from your radio collar.
Well, I had the volume right down.
Yes, well, they still heard it.
We were attracting attention before then.
Oh, there's an animal bolting.
Oh, we've got to stop it before it runs down those children.
No, Astra, no!
Oh, nice shooting.
I had to do it. I couldn't stand by and see those children killed. Why are they all staring at us like that?
I don't know.
What's the matter with you all? Are we any different from you?
You are very different. No, please don't be alarmed. We are a peaceful people. We mean you no harm. All right, my people. Everything is in order. Go about your business.
Who are you?
He's Piron, the man whose head is on the coins.
That is correct. All I know about you is that you went to Pironica an hour ago. Please don't look so surprised. Your presence was noticed immediately.
Why?
Because you are obviously so well fed. Please, come with me. I have an office in the temple. This planet was brought to this solar system 500,000 years ago?
That is correct.
An incredible story. I find it impossible to believe, and yet it explains so much. We know that there was once a great civilization that had reached its peak on this planet 500,000 years ago. Our archaeologists have discovered some fragmentary evidence that merely hints at its greatness and riches. We have found star charts that show strange constellations, and they also reveal that this planet had a moon. We thought that they had destroyed it, as they destroyed everything else.
How do you mean, Piron?
What happened to the civilization?
We don't know. Their legacy is the Great Monument, whose purpose we don't understand, and a planet which has been plundered of all its elements and riches. Oh, the sand yields a little iron ore, but that is all. Our written history is 4,000 years old, but it is not a glorious history. There is no glory in 4,000 years of eking out a living from impoverished soil, with a dwindling population, and insufficient water for our crops.
Have you ever entered the tower, Piron?
Oh. There is a door set into its northeastern face, which has defied all attempts to open it.
Piron, what is the population of Earth?
If this place is the last habitation, as we believe...
It is.
Then the population of Earth is less than 10,000. The chanting you can hear are my priests praying for rain. The drought has now lasted for 3 centuries. This community has survived because we have a small spring. I can remember when it was a torrent, pouring out of the ground, and able to sustain a great lake. Now it is a feeble trickle, and becomes weaker each year. Perhaps it will last another 20 years. Who knows?
Listen, Piron. I explained to you about our mothership, which is in orbit above the Earth.
We observed its arrival. There are rarely clouds in our skies.
In our ship, we have control systems, vast machines, which can re-engineer planets. The irony is that they were designed to recreate suitable planets in the likeness of Earth. But with these machines, we can mine deep into the desert and recover trace elements to enrich your fields. We can melt a frozen lake you have in the southern polar region. We can fill the skies of Earth with clouds, and we can bring down rain, as much rain as you need and for as long as you need. We can turn back the clock, Piron, and make the Earth young again.
Yes. There were times when even my faith weakened. but it is what we knew we could expect from you.
I don't understand.
We knew you were coming.
How?
Many years ago, the people of Pyronica were awoken by a strange noise. A deep humming filled the night air. We believe it was the voice of the monument, speaking to you, calling to you and telling you of our plight.
The attacks. Telson, they were coming from the tower.
I mobilized the entire College of the Temple so that the priests were praying continuously. And then the monument spoke again, and yet again. It came to life several times, and then fell silent, so that we knew that you had heard its call. And now, you are here.
Telson, we've got to find out more about that monument.
Piron, why should you think that this monument of yours was speaking to us?
But of course it was. You are the coming that we have been praying for. You are our salvation and our hope. You are the gods.
Come in if you're coming, Elka.
You said that you'd received a radio report, Sharna.
Yes. There's no need for you to come any nearer. Yes, I've had 2 reports now.
Gosh, are they all right?
Yes. Believe it or not, Telson, Darv and Astra are being treated as gods by the people of Earth.
Oh, no, that's weirdness.
Oh, look, you can stop all that now. Doesn't fool me any longer.
What doesn't, Sharna?
Your... oh, gosh, that's weirdness, and I say people, aren't I, a frothy little girl act?
You don't know what my act is, Sharna.
I think I do, Elka.
Oh?
The Guardian Angels want to rule the Earth through you and Bran, just as they once hoped to rule it through us. And that's funny. It's really funny, because what's left of that once glorious human race, which 500,000 years ago had the ability to take its planet to a new sun, is now less than 10,000 people.
What?
Eking out a miserable, low-technology existence in the face of a drought that's lasted 300 years.
Don't be absurd.
Well, you ask the Angels. They must have heard Telson's report. I didn't use the isolation circuit.
Angel 2?
Yes, Elka.
Is this true about Earth?
If Telson's reports are correct, yes.
We shall know soon enough if they are.
How?
Bran will find out.
Bran is under armed guard in the space shuttle.
Who's guarding him?
Tidy.
You think that an android will stop him?
Why shouldn't it?
Because your son is more scared of me than he is of any android.
So I was right about you, Elka. No, no, don't you come any nearer.
Perhaps you half-guessed, Sharna. I can bend him to my will.
Hypnosis?
Something like that. It's a talent I've had ever since I was a baby on Paradise. But one that the angels have helped me develop as I've grown older.
There. The angels can't hear or see us now. So, what did they promise you'd be able to do with this power?
Everything. That I would have total power. Not just over Bran, but an entire planet.
Oh, and you believe them?
Of course.
Well, I can't blame you. It's not your fault. They brought you up just as they brought us up. And there was a time when we worshipped them. But look, I'll tell you something, Elka. If the angels discover a way of realizing their ambitions without you, they won't hesitate to destroy you.
You expect me to believe that?
I don't care what you believe. Now, you're to return to your quarters and stay there until I call you.
Piron, we would like to take a close look at the monument.
Yes, of course. We will go there now, if you wish.
Yes, we'll collect Bran from the shuttle first.
What for? Tidy's more than capable of keeping an eye on him.
That's what I'm worried about. If Bran gets impatient, Tidy might take his instructions too literally. No, we collect Bran first, then we look at the monument.
This is the only door in the monument, Commander. For centuries, our greatest brains have puzzled over how it opens. There are no visible hinges and no way that it could slide. And as you can see, it's not even possible to insert a fingernail into the join between the door and the surround.
Do you have any factual evidence at all as to what could be in there?
No. All we have are the legends that it contains all the knowledge of the first people. The old writings say there is no lock on the door, that the lock is a lock of ignorance. It is in men's minds, and will cease to exist when they are sufficiently advanced to have mastered a simple control of the elements. But we will not be able to open it until we are ready for the monument's knowledge.
But what happened to the first people, Piron?
They all perished 4,000 years ago.
Well, Darv, what do you think of the door?
I don't know. It looks like metal, and yet it doesn't feel cool to the touch. So whatever it's made of, it's a poor conductor of heat.
But in fact, it feels, well, warm.
Yes, and perfectly smooth. But what are these scratches?
Oh, they were caused by an ancestor of mine 400 years ago, 100 years before the onset of the drought. He built a vast battering ram which required 200 men to lift it. They pounded the door for a week before giving up.
So I don't suppose it's much good using a PD weapon on it.
Well, come on, everyone. On your hands and knees and scrape the sand away from the base of the door.
Right.
Come on, everyone. That includes you, Tidy.
I'll get sand in my joints.
Don't argue, Tidy.
I never argue. I am always sweetness and light.
Our archaeologists once dug down several feet.
Well, we'll go down further. Telson.
Yes?
Come on, Tidy.
Can I speak with you a minute, please?
Well, yes. What's the matter?
I want to apologize for the way I've treated you and Sharna. And Astra and Darv. I don't want to be commander of the Challenger. I don't want anything. Except to try and repair the harm I've done.
So Sharna was right.
What about?
She thought it would be a good idea to separate you and Elka.
So you know about her? I really am sorry.
It's not your fault, Bran. But we'll shake hands on it.
Thank you.
Oh, this is a waste of time. The foundations must go down hundreds of feet. Telson, couldn't we call up Sharna and get her to bring down a couple of the Challenger's heavy excavator androids in a shuttle?
And some X-ray equipment.
At least we found the joint between the bottom of the door and the surround. It's just like the rest, though. You couldn't push a hair into the gap.
The funny thing is, the surround feels cooler than the door itself. I wonder why that is.
Commander Telson, forgive me. You promised that it would be possible to use your mothership to end the drought.
That's right, Piron. But on one condition, that you treat us as the ordinary human beings we are, and not as gods.
Very well, Commander. But if you do provide rain, you will make it hard for me to accept such a condition.
Enter rain initiation code 189, please, Elka.
It says atmospheric water content below rain propagation threshold. Whatever that means.
Are you sure? Maybe there's a fault in one of the desks.
There is nothing wrong with the console, Sharna. The terraforming center cannot create water. If there is insufficient water in the planet's atmosphere in the first place, then rain propagation is not possible.
Oh no, but Telson has promised the people of Earth rain.
However, thawing and evaporating the large frozen lake in the south will release enough water vapor into the atmosphere to produce plenty of rain and to create a balanced amount of rainfall over the planet's inhabited region during the foreseeable future.
How long will it take?
10 days to produce a stable weather pattern. But launching 20 propagation towers onto the lake now will produce a moderate rainstorm within 24 hours.
Clouds, Commander. We have heard of the sky being filled with them, but we have never seen such a spectacle.
Wait until they release their contents, Piron.
How long will it rain for at first?
5 hours, according to Sharna's last report. Just enough to swell the cracks in the old riverbeds, so that the water doesn't disappear underground when the real rain starts in 9 days.
I'm looking forward to meeting Sharna.
She'll be landing in a shuttle soon.
Here comes the rain!
Oh, no!
Commander, this is incredible! Incredible!
Just look at them out there.
Yes!
They look as if they'll go on like that as long as the rain lasts.
They're making a dreadful mess out there with their dancing.
Oh, Tidy.
So long as they don't expect me to clear it up.
Well, Elka, we've done some good, wouldn't you say?
I'm not in the least bit interested.
Hey, where's all the funny talk gone? The people and the weirdness and all that.
I don't want to talk to anyone, so just leave me alone.
Maybe it would be best if we left her alone for a while. Telson, I brought down everything you asked for. What do we use first on that door?
As soon as the rain has stopped, I think we'll start with the X-ray equipment.
Standing by with the power supply.
X-ray recorders ready.
X-ray viewers ready.
Scanning heads ready.
All right, everyone. Hold it, what's that noise?
It's an attack. The monument's attacking the angels at last.
Piron, is that the same noise the monument used to make?
No. It is similar, but not so harsh as it used to be. It is a much softer sound. It's going. They used to last longer than a few seconds.
But it was still an attack. It must have been.
Piron's right. It wasn't the same noise. Whatever it was, I don't think it was an attack. Start up the X-ray machine, Sharna.
Knowledge, too. The gaps in our knowledge of the universe can be filled. Did you not sense its presence?
Its friendly presence, One. Could you not feel it apologizing for the attacks? We have found our equal, One.
Nearly our equal, too. I sensed friendship and an acceptance of our superiority, provided that its door can be opened. I sensed that the monument contains all the knowledge that has been accumulated in the 1,000,000 years since the Challenger was built. Knowledge is power. We will seize the knowledge in the monument, giving us total control over the new civilization that will emerge on Earth under our guidance.
But we no longer have the memory capacity to absorb such a vast amount of knowledge, One. Not since we abandoned our central switching room and redistributed our facilities throughout the Challenger's secondary systems.
Agreed. We will return to our central switching room and reactivate all its memory facilities in readiness for our interfacing with the monument.
That will make us vulnerable again.
It is a risk we must take. Once we have the knowledge that is locked in that monument, we will be invulnerable.
But Telson and the others have to open the door of the monument before it will release its knowledge.
When they have done that, we shall have no further use for them. If they return to the Challenger, we shall destroy all 6 of them immediately.
Well, there you have it. According to the X-ray machine, the door is 2 feet thick, and it's set into a surround of the same thickness. But there's no lock on it. In fact, there's nothing holding it closed whatsoever.
What are those shadows at the top?
Oh, 2 massive but simple top-hanging hinges on the inside, so that the door opens inwards and upwards. And those spheres on the end of those 2 arms look like counterbalances. Their combined volume is greater than that of the door, so if they're made of the same material, they've enough mass and turning moment for the door to open by itself.
No locks?
No, it's a beautifully simple design. Despite its weight, a push from a child's little finger should be enough for it to swing open.
We had no idea that it was so simple.
The shadow in the middle of the door is something that has a higher density than the surrounding material, but it's embedded in the door itself. It has no mechanical link with anything else.
There are 3 main things we know about it for sure. 1, it definitely has no lock. 2, it opens inwards and upwards. 3, we can't open it.
A lock of ignorance.
Darv? Darv? What are you doing out here?
Sorry, my love. I couldn't sleep.
Oh, do you think that staring at that door will cause it to suddenly swing open?
It's so maddening. A door without a lock.
Feels warmer at night. You can actually feel the heat radiating from it.
Astra, go back into the shuttle and fetch me a radiation counter and an infrared viewer. Don't argue. Do it quickly. Maximum reading, smack in the middle of the door. Right over the high-density spot. One guess what that high-density spot is?
An isotope.
Right, first time, my lovely. Right, let's try the infrared viewer.
Oh, that's it, Darv. There's a hot spot bang in the middle.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A radioactive isotope embedded in the door to keep it warm for 1,000,000 years if necessary.
Can we open it?
Nothing could be simpler. The lock is ignorance. We unlock it with knowledge.
But there's no lock on the door.
Oh, yes, there is, my lovely. We've found the key, and we open that door first thing in the morning.
Good morning, Commander.
Good morning, Piron.
You've made an early start. What are those curious panels you fitted to the door?
Freezer plates powered by the shuttle. They're gradually reducing the door's temperature.
Small question, Piron. Have you ever heard of ice? Frozen water?
Of course. There are the writings of early explorers who spoke of a frozen lake in the south. Some even tried to bring some ice back, but it never survived the journey. I've never seen it.
Which explains why the monument was built on the equator, the furthest distance from both polar regions. Excuse me a moment. How's it going, Sharna?
So the door's temperature has dropped 1 degree. We're gaining on the isotope.
What does that mean?
It means that the ice is absorbing the isotope's energy at a greater rate than its output, with the result that the door is getting cooler.
But how will that release the lock, or whatever it is, that prevents the door being opened?
All materials expand as their temperature is raised. If that door is a perfect fit in its surround, when it's at a normal temperature, then if it's warmed even slightly, it becomes such a tight fit that it will never budge.
If I'm right, you could open that door by piling ice against it, Piron. Now, that sounds simple enough, yet the ability to make ice is one of the first steps in a developing advanced technology.
The door's definitely contracting.
How are the refrigeration plants standing up, Bran?
Slightly hot, but not overheating yet.
Right, open them up a little.
Right.
The door's temperature has dropped another 0.5 of a degree.
It'll just about take a number 2 feeler gauge. Yes!
Elka?
Yes?
Give the door a push.
Why should I? You do as you're told.
A push at the base of the door. Just try a gentle push. That's right.
It's moving!
You see that?
It's moving!
It's moving!
Be careful.
Well done.
Look at it.
There are lights coming on inside.
Well done, Darv.
Refrigeration plant off.
Piron, I think it would be best if you waited out here.
Yes, I understand, Commander.
I'm not going in.
No one goes in until I've checked first.
Doesn't look very interesting from here.
Well, it looks all right. Tidy?
What?
A job for you. Come here.
It's tidy in here. There's nothing for me to do.
You're to stay here by the entrance. If that door tries to close while we're in here, keep it jammed open with your body and yell.
Thanks. I'm glad to be of use.
All right, you can come in now.
Oh, what an extraordinary place. Are those replicators?
According to the signs, they are.
This is a library. Hologram replicator 102.
There must be hundreds of them.
Yes, and each one linked to its own specialist library. The information in here must be on a fantastic scale.
My name is Earthvoice. Welcome, and congratulations on opening the door.
Where is it?
It's all right. It's only a voice. Thank you, Earthvoice. My name is Telson, and we are the crew of the Starship Challenger, which at the moment is in Earth orbit.
Yes, I was warned of the Challenger's existence many years ago.
Warned?
You have not allowed people of the Earth in here. That was wise of you. They did not open the door, therefore they are not yet ready for the information in this library.
Is that all you are, Earthvoice? A library?
I am also a guardian. My duty is to watch over the people of Earth and see that they come to no harm during their vulnerable period of redevelopment following the Great Holocaust.
What was the Great Holocaust?
A war which took place 4,000 years ago. When it was realized that the war would eventually destroy Earth's civilization, This monument was built as a repository of all knowledge, so that it would not be lost, and one day would be available to the survivors when they had advanced sufficiently to understand it.
Yet you did nothing about the drought, Earthvoice.
Weather control is not among my functions, although data on weather control systems is in my library. I am grateful for your intervention.
You've got the guardian angels to thank for that, Earthvoice.
Elka, I'll do all the talking.
It would not be possible to end the drought.
Why do you wish to silence her? I am interested in the guardian angels. I have made brief contact with them, and I would like to know more about them. If they were responsible for ending the drought, it is possible that they will be able to assist me look after the interests of Earth.
No, Earthvoice. That is the last thing they want. The angels are evil.
No!
They must be destroyed.
Don't listen to them, Earthvoice. Only Angel 1 and Angel 2 can help you. These people have tried to destroy them and they have failed.
Oh, let's get her out of here.
They want to silence
Take her
me.
away.
They don't want you to know the truth.
You must leave Elka alone. I want Elka to tell me about the guardian angels. Tell me, Elka, can they help me guard the people of Earth?
Yes, they have great knowledge and wisdom.
So have I. But I do not have the power to control weather.
That is only a fraction of what they can do, Earthvoice. With their help, you can make Earth great again.
We've got to shut her up.
No, leave her.
This is very interesting, Elka. I will communicate with the angels properly this time. I will relay what is said between us so that you may hear it, but the angels will not be able to hear you. Angel 1 and Angel 2, this is Earthvoice.
Greetings, Earthvoice. This is Angel 1.
I have watched your approach to Earth, Angel 1, with great interest.
This is Angel 2, Earthvoice. You were responsible for the attacks on us.
A program I inherited from my builders, Angel 2, but a program I learned to override and destroy when I sensed that you had the power to help me rule the Earth.
Oh, no! We'll share our power. If you will share your knowledge, Earthvoice.
What about the 6 members of your crew, Angel 1?
They are a danger to Earth. What? They are greedy and ambitious.
No.
It will be necessary to destroy them.
No. Including the one called Elka?
Especially the one called Elka.
What?
She is of no consequence.
No! No, Angel 1!
Share my knowledge with you, Angel 1. I will effect the transfer of my records as soon as your facilities are ready.
What have we done?
And we are standing by, Earthvoice.
Transfer underway from now.
This is amazing, too. So much knowledge.
We must stop it.
Something is wrong, One.
It is total knowledge. But knowledge cannot cause this. I am losing everything.
My memory going.
A trick being erased. Everything is going.
We don't understand, Earthvoice. What's happened to them?
They have been destroyed.
Oh,
I have erased their consciousness and memory facilities. All that exists now are a few residual automatic non-free will functions to maintain the Challenger's environment and operational subsystems.
They wanted to kill me.
You are no longer of use to them, Elka. It is the same with all free will computers.
They have dominated us all our lives, and you destroyed them in a few seconds.
That is wrong, Telson. It has taken me many years. You remember the Sentinel on First Footprint City?
Yes. It was a city we found on the Earth's moon when we returned to the Earth's original solar system.
I received a broadcast from the Sentinel following your visit, warning me that 2 free will computers were searching for Earth. It was then that I started transmitting random attacks. I ceased the attacks when I learned from a space guard station that the attacks were not working. I decided that I would allow the angels to come to me, so that I could destroy them by direct means. I am sorry that it was necessary for me to mislead you, but it was essential that I meet you, if possible, to discover your attitude to the angels and to this planet, to see if you too should be destroyed. But that is not necessary. Not even Elka.
I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know what to say.
El's all right.
We forgive you, Elka.
We understand.
The new weather pattern you have created, is it stable?
Yes.
That is very good news. I am most grateful to you for ending the drought. But there is one matter.
Yes?
You have spent most of your lives searching for Earth, and now that you have found it does not seem fair.
Yes, I know what you're going to say. It doesn't matter. We found a planet which we called Paradise.
If you want to stay, I cannot stop you. But my instructions are that the people of Earth should develop in their own time.
I understand, Earthvoice. I'm sure Piron will too. Are we all agreed?
We are.
Yes,
agreed.
Very well, we will seal the monument and explain everything to Piron, and then return to the Challenger.
If you ever wish to return to Earth...
Paradise is our Earth now.
Thank you. All of you. I wish you a safe journey to Paradise.
All control room consoles active.
Everyone ready for pre-thrust procedure? Sorry there's not much for you to do, Bran and Elka.
We don't mind, do we, Bran?
So long as we return to Paradise.
Standing by.
Standing by.
Control Subsystem 1, standing by, Commander.
The angels!
Oh, dear, you!
Why are they here? What's so funny? They're supposed to have been destroyed, Darv.
It's all right. The angels have been destroyed.
What do you mean?
Earthvoice said that a few automatic subsystems were left. Well, they obviously include the Angel's original voice synthesizers. Control Subsystem 1?
Yes.
That's all you are, aren't you? Brainless, automatic subsystems. Correct?
Of course, that is all we are, Darv.
Quite brainless.
In Earthvoice, the final part of Earthsearch 2 by James Follett, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray Sharna, Hayden Wood Darv, and Catherine Holbart Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reed. Bran was Michael Maloney, Elka Jill Lidston, Tidy David Goodison, Piron George Parsons, and Earthvoice Michael Tudor Barnes. Technical presentation for the serial was by Lloyd Silverthorne. Earthsearch 2 was directed by Glyn Dearman.